Welcome to this evening's Yukon City Council and Yukon Municipal Authority meeting. It is July the 28th, 2026, approximately 7 p.m. We're gathered here in council chambers of the Centennial Building at 12 South 5th Street in the great city of Yukon, Oklahoma. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Brian Pillmore.
Here.
Rick Caccini.
Here.
Jordan Westfall.
Here.
Adam Shriver.
Here.
Zach Castle.
Here. At this time, we'll have our invocation delivered by Minister Mike Jones of Town and Country Christian Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise as you are able.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for being our good shepherd who guides us on the right path, who protects us, who provides for us. And Lord, you tell us in your scripture that we're to pray for all those in positions of authority that we may lead a godly and peaceful life in all godliness and honesty. So Lord, my prayer tonight is that all the facts that are shared, the thoughts that are mentioned, are done so in a way to lead to peacefulness through honesty. We thank you and praise you for all the people you've provided to try to build a prosperous and peaceful city of Yukon. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for joining us. As a reminder regarding procedure and decorum at this council meeting, we follow Robert's Rules of Order to ensure that our discussion is orderly, respectful, and efficient. I appreciate Councilmember Shriver's statement 2 meetings ago. I'll repeat that here because I found it to be so useful. Council meetings are held to conduct the public's business in an open and transparent manner, as required by the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act. The primary purpose of these meetings is for the council to discuss, consider, and take action on matters that have been placed on the agenda so that the citizens can observe and better understand how decisions are made. Public attendance is encouraged and public comment may be allowed. The meeting itself is intended to facilitate the orderly conduct of city business rather than serve as a public forum. To promote transparency and compliance with state law, the council may only discuss and take action on items listed on the agenda. Additionally, the council may only speak to items as they appear on the agenda at the time each item is formally considered. The visitor section provides an opportunity for any attendee to address the council on any matter related to the city of Yukon or the Yukon Municipal Authority for up to 3 minutes. This evening, we do not have any presentations or proclamations. We'll begin with the visitor section. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come to the podium at this time, state your name and address. You're requested to limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Any item being presented must pertain to City of Yukon business. The Oklahoma Open Meetings Act prohibits the council from taking official action on requests made during this portion of the agenda unless otherwise noted on the agenda. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. I'm a little sleepy. We were at Piedmont till midnight last night. So Charles Scott, 504 Frisco Ridge Road, our fair city, Yukon, the place where my ancestors staked out their claim 127 years ago in the Oklahoma Land Run. Mayor, city councilman, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. For over a year, the impending threat of data centers have caused quite a ruckus in Yukon. The city and surrounding communities have become a dumping ground for potential large-scale data centers. Yukon residents do not want these data centers in our quiet, peaceful community. We are angry, frustrated. We have no say or control over these facilities, which can significantly affect our quality of life. That is about to change. Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address said it best when he said, "Government by the people, for the people." The people of Yukon had had enough. We are organized and we have begun the process of an initiative petition to prohibit data centers within our city. Let me repeat that in another way. There will be a ballot election to decide if voters want to prohibit data centers in Yukon. The people have had a voice again. They will have the vote they've been asking for. And I'm going to turn around here for a minute because I'm going to do something a little different. I want to address the people in this room, the people in the overflow room, the people home watching this on TV at work. More details are going to be coming out soon. about the initiative petition. All registered voters living within the city of Yukon will have an opportunity to participate in the initiative petition, and I just want to thank you for showing up and being engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Dylan Leone, 510 Kingston Place. I'm back, Brian. So, last time you got to hear me shame you, same to you, Jeff. This time, I'm doing something a little different. I want to prove my point about something, and I want to address you first, Mr. Mayor. Recently, you went on to a town hall with our friends at KOC 05. And you said that you have supporters that are wearing T-shirts and going around, and they say that they support this data center. I just gave out my address, so I'm going to propose a challenge to everyone in this audience, people at home, or even you, Mr. Mayor. If you guys are in support of this, come prove me wrong. Come to my house. I'll invite you. I'll bake you cookies. I want to make this clear. I do not believe that anybody in this town wants this data center. I don't think that anybody here, I'm willing to bet that petition, you're going to get those signatures. I'm willing to bet a paycheck on that, maybe even two. But I want to paint a picture to the rest of the citizens here inside this room about why I'm so opposed to a data center. Not only does it become a blood-sucking leech of our resources, and you said that this was about franchise tax. This isn't about money, Brian. This is about the lack of resources we already have, and pretty soon the even less resources we might have because of this blood-sucking leech you call a data center. Not only that, but it produces I want to paint a picture to everybody here in this room. Imagine this. Close your eyes, everybody. Imagine this. It's a nice, peaceful summer day. You're out spending time with your kids, grandkids, or your family. It's peaceful. It's sunny. It's quiet. But recently, there's been talks of data centers being put in the town by I wonder who. Well, all of a sudden, you get a date, and they're saying that there's going to be that they're going to test the data center. And all of a sudden, over that nice peaceful noise, or all that nice peaceful atmosphere that you have, you listen to this.
Do
you want to know where that's at, Brian? That's in Dowagiac, Michigan. That is the same exact type of data center that you're wanting to build. That is a closed-loop data center. I don't want that in this town for that reason. I don't want it because it's going to make my power bills go up. It's going to suck every other resource out of this town. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Guess who? Stephanie Burdine, 515 Maple. I've been making the rounds. I've been to Oklahoma City City Council meetings. I got to meet with the nice folks from Piedmont last night, and many of them are here tonight to support us. And what I've shared everywhere is something that you just heard. The University of Texas Engineering School did a study in Round Rock, Texas in 2025 on hyperscale data centers there from 1,500 feet away. And Brian, this is what you've put in motion for us to get to hear 24/7. Is this what we voted him into office for?
No, absolutely not.
It's not, Brian. I truly still believe you had good intentions when you did this, but you didn't think it through. Laws have been passed now that will affect probably franchise fees tax with behind the meter, and I'm just hope and pray that our initiative petition will work and we can save this town. Now, one more thing that goes with this, we have to show up at Oklahoma City's council meetings starting August 4th. If they defer it, we still speak. If you don't want to speak, you stand up while I'm speaking. We are not going to let this happen. And Canadian County is uniting from Piedmont to Mustang. I have literally heard from people as far away as Broken Bow and Mace County, Oklahoma. Nobody wants this. You're in the minority, Brian, and the Oklahoma City Council that wants it is in the minority. And I think it'd be pretty embarrassing for Oklahoma City to go forward with this. And I can only hope we can stop it, because we have residents, thanks to your little plan, that are only 300 feet away from that noise all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine.
Clyde Lilly, 720 Miller Drive. I just got two very short things. First one is, if anybody hasn't noticed, the Southwest Electric Grid has already declared a stage 2 emergency just because of this heat. What will it do if we have a data center? It'll totally ruin everything. And second, when I was in the service, if somebody invented anything, it automatically belonged to the federal government. I was wondering, with the Mayor GPT, it was developed while you're in the mayor's seat, learning all the same stuff that you put into that. Does that make Yukon a part owner of Mayor GTP? Maybe the attorney ought to look into that. It might flow down from federal all the way down to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I come again before you, council. Mr. Pillmore, I'm asking for your resignation. Is it still not on the agenda? Yes or no? Are you running the city with Mayor GPT? This municipality, maybe we need to look into that if you're running this city or this council, or are they involved? Is the city manager involved? I'm asking for your resignation as well, Mr. Deckard. Again, as far as your trip to New York City, was that as a private citizen or as a recalled mayor? That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
I'm not going to open this up because we'd be here for 3 hours. But anyway, my name is Frank Vassalaro. I live at 1309 Von Elm Place in Yukon, Oklahoma. We've lived in Yukon for almost 50 years. I was the original person on the Yukon Master Plan Committee when we did the original master plan. I've been involved with Yukon city government under several different mayors, so I understand what's going on. When the data center was proposed, I wasn't for it and I wasn't against it. I wanted to do my due diligence. I wanted to get out and see what it was like. What you heard from these people is a fact. You can stand 1,500 feet away from a data center and you will hear that. Now, how would you like to hear that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, while you're trying to sleep and people are trying to go to work in the evening? It's not good. The electric stuff that's going to go on, it's going to raise rates. Virginia has now ordered their school districts to stop using electricity at certain times of the day so they can provide electricity to the data centers. This is not a good thing for Yukon, Oklahoma. This is not a good thing for the state of Oklahoma, and it's not a good thing for the United States of America. You need to make sure that our boundaries are protected. I realize that we can't stop if Oklahoma City goes hog wild on it, but we can stop it here. These things, electric rates in Florida have gone up, water rates have gone up. In fact, the Colorado River is being drained. Lake Mead is down the lowest it's ever been because 30 million gallons of water have been drained from Lake Mead to supply data centers in Utah and Colorado. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk, but please think about my grandkids, your grandkids, and your grandkids. We don't want this in this town. They're not good for the economy. Thank you very much. I appreciate you letting me talk.
Thank you, Mr. Vassalaro.
Yes, hi. Excuse me, James Powell, 958 Dover Mansion. I just want to make sure that everybody knows about, or to keep in mind, the heat island that will be placed around this data center. The tremendous amount of heat, the increase in the carbon footprint of the city because of the generators that will be put in place. You know, it's just, there's a lot of things that I think really need to be more looked into before we go purchase or go into the data center field. Let's do some studies and find out what's going on. This could affect the weather in this area. I mean, you've seen storms come into towards Yukon, and because of the heat of the city, it splits. Well, it's going to be even more pronounced now with the heat island of a large data center. I mean, with that heat rising from that 24/7, you're just going to making it an island where it's just everything goes around. We're talking about drought now. I mean, just city drought here in the future could be horrendous. Thank you.
Hi, Eleanor Scheib. I live at 324 Ash Avenue. I've gotten my notes here, but I really have too much. It'll beat me out before I'm done, but I'll start with electricity. Reasons not to get data centers. Number one, electricity. Their usage will be too high. It'll overload the grid. With all the new data centers proposed, plus all that are already out there, there'll be too much for the electric grids to handle. There'll be power outages, rolling blackouts. It's been reported there will need to be nuclear power plants built to help with the overload because there won't be enough natural gas either. They will revert back to using coal burning. I've already heard where coal mining is being stepped up again. Not sure where or what states. Oklahoma, question mark. We've got coal mines here somewhere. More air pollution. Already we have high alert, ozone alert days, many high air quality pollution days. Is this what we want for the future? There's a newspaper article, NERC, it's a national watchdog organization. They monitor electric infrastructure. They've already issued a level 3 alert for the United States as data centers are among the causes of immediate risk to the grid, and high fluctuations from high to low power consumption can occur in seconds, leave little or no room for real-time responses, threatening the reliability of bulk power system. Another newspaper article, I can't locate it, but it was regarding the Texas ice storm. 4 years ago, I think, with the disastrous power outages that occurred lasting 4 days, 210 people died. We're still paying for that each month on our electric bills, and I think, I could be wrong, on our natural gas bills too. Channel 5 News, July the 3rd. Electric usage. Due to extreme heat in the northeast part of the country, the grid was overstrained, failed, causing 60,000 homes and businesses to have power outages. It's unacceptable if they keep building data centers everywhere. This will be common, happening all over USA due to the strain on the natural grid. Doesn't matter if data centers say they're going to pay for their own electric. There won't be enough electricity to go around for other houses and new businesses, other houses that we want to build here in Yukon, if it's all going to go to the data center. Okay, another gentleman, sorry, I'm running out of time, mentioned Lake Mead. Yes, Lake Mead and Lake Powell are the lowest they've ever been, 30% filled. I think it's Lake Powell. If there gets any lower, they will no longer be able to operate their hydroelectric motors to produce electricity for the area. And this will happen all over before the data centers are even being built, some of them. There's already not enough water for farmers and their crops. What'll happen in the future? We are already in a drought state. Sorry, I didn't get to say my rest of my stuff, but it's along the same line that it'll drain water, electricity, air pollution, everything.
Thank you, Ms. Scheib.
Sorry.
Good evening, Council. My name is Roy Nelson. I come from Piedmont, Oklahoma, where I am taking an active interest in community and development. One thing that was said just a little bit ago.
Sir, could you state your street address for us?
9323 Piedmont Road North, Piedmont, Oklahoma.
Thank you so much.
The bright side is the community is coming together. Canadian Candy is banding together. Members from all cities are coming together to these events to speak on behalf of each other, show support of each other through the fights that we might have. I want to make a thing clear. I'm not necessarily anti-data center. I am anti-data center being developed in a community that doesn't want it. I am anti-data center when the water table doesn't support it. I am anti-data center on a municipal water source because specifically Oklahoma law doesn't track the water usage of these data centers when they're on a municipal water source, the same as if they were drilling their own wells or pulling from another reservoir. They're lying to us about the water. It's a big problem. Next, I just wanted to point out that I adjusted the mic so that people could hear me. However, some people when speaking are not doing so, and I would appreciate the council's attention to this matter because you can't hear it remotely, and I believe that constitutes an open meetings violation because of the overflow areas. If I can't hear them, that's a violation. So, wanted to bring that to your awareness as well. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Hello, Carmine Mitchell, 12400 Southwest 44th Street, Mustang. We've been led to believe that everyone needs to focus on whether AI will use all of our water, will take our jobs, whether students should use ChatGPT. All those things are definitely very important. But I think we definitely need to shift the focus to conversations about the infrastructure that makes AI possible, which leads to conversations about our privacy, our government, and about our constitutional right to privacy. Data centers are not being built for AI. Data centers are required to build and maintain a digital surveillance state. Data centers allow our government to collect and store everything about us using our digital footprint, which can be analyzed and used against us. There we know where we drive, what we purchase, what we search online, what we look like, our habits. Once the infrastructure is built, which hence is the data centers, it's here to stay. It will not go away ever. We can't put that genie back in the bottle. Once this level of computing exists, it creates totally new forms of large-scale data analysis, automation, and surveillance technology. We've surveyed for years, but the government has not had the processing power up until this point. Collecting data on us has been easy. But the hard part is analyzing billions of face scans, license plate scans, financial transactions, security camera feeds, online activities, phone locations, fast enough to be able to use it effectively. This takes an enormous amount of computing power, and data centers provide that, which creates a surveillance state. This surveillance state affects all of you, okay? It's gonna affect all of us. And you all up there, it will affect you all. I don't think there's any billionaires in this room. If there are, then it won't affect you. But if we're all not billionaires, it's going to affect every single one of you all and all of us here, we will end up quickly turning the United States into North Korea or China, and our freedoms will never be restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Hey, I'm Julie Haynes. I live at 416 Yukon Avenue. I want to bring up another topic tonight. School starts on August 12th here in Yukon, and I want to remind every single driver out there to pay attention to these kids going to and from school. I live down the street from the middle school, and since that middle school was put there, we have seen on my block too many close calls between speeding drivers and the kids walking home from school. I'm afraid that pretty soon we're going to have a tragedy on my block. And I am asking you guys, I'm begging you guys to please look at getting sidewalks from the middle school to Yukon Avenue all the way to at least Yukon and Coba. And another thing too is I'm shaking just thinking about this. When drivers go past Yukon Avenue or past Coba, I mean, they speed it. Like they try to go 88 miles per hour in Marty McFly's DeLorean. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, come on guys, have common sense on the road because these are our future. They could be our future council people. They could be our future senators. They could be our future president. So please, please, calm it down behind the wheel in front of any of our schools. I haven't just seen it at the middle school. I've seen it in front of Independence, where there's a 4-lane highway. I've seen it at the high school, people speeding like crazy. If you guys are not careful, these reporters are going to mention Yukon as another tragedy that we need to watch. And also, who wants data centers? Applaud if you want a data center. There's that. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. At this time, we'll recess as Yukon City Council and reconvene as Yukon Municipal Authority. We'll take up the Yukon Municipal Authority consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so the Yukon Municipal Authority, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine items they wish to be approved by one motion. Should the authority determine that any item cannot be approved by unanimous vote, that item will be removed from the consent docket and considered separately. The city manager recommends a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 30th, 2026, and the approval of the annual agreement for services between the City of Yukon, Yukon Municipal Authority, and the Oklahoma Checks, Inc. for the 2026 Oklahoma Check Festival, providing for festival-related services, city support services, and use of city property and equipment. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
Any discussion on these items? I'll just say I'm excited that it's the 60th year, 60th anniversary of our wonderful Czech Festival. And I have enjoyed, especially in the last few years, the wonderful work that the Oklahoma Czechs have done to make this a very inclusive festival and bring out the best in the culture of Yukon. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
At this time, we'll adjourn as Yukon Municipal Authority and reconvene as Yukon City Council. Similarly, we'll take up the Yukon City Council consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine items they wish to be approved by one motion. Should the council determine that any item cannot be approved by unanimous vote, that item will be removed from the consent docket and considered separately. Do we have any items that any council members would like to remove from this item?
Yes, I'm going to have to abstain from line Echo.
Echo. Okay, we'll take Echo separately.
I've got to abstain from that because I know the guy. I don't want to get ethics involved with me, so.
Okay.
Since I know the guy, I'm not going to vote on it.
Any other items that any council persons need to have removed from this consent docket?
Item I, please.
Item I, yes, sir.
Item D.
D is in David. Yes.
Delta.
Thank you, sir. Any other items? Okay, we'll take up all these items excluding D, E, and I. I'll read these now. The city manager recommends a motion that will approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 30th, 2026. Payment of material claims in the amount of $1,993,921.04. Approve the renewal of radio system license agreement with the City of Oklahoma City for use by the Yukon Police Department and the Yukon Fire Department for the term of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, under the same terms, conditions, and pricing as the existing agreement. We are deferring items D and E for a minute. Item F, approve annual agreement for services between the City of Yukon, Yukon Municipal Authority, and the Oklahoma Checks, Inc. for the 2026 Oklahoma Check Festival, providing for festival-related services, city support services, the use of city property and equipment as presented in the Yukon Municipal Authority. Approve a hay lease agreement between the City of Yukon and Jake Reimers for approximately 184.53 acres of city-owned property located at the southwest corner of Frisco Road and US Highway 66 for the purpose of cutting, baling, and removing hay, with a lease term of August 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. Approve the documents related to the release of permanent waterline easement previously granted by 5N Properties and acceptance of a corrected permanent waterline easement from Stone Rock Properties, LLC, for the Stone Mill Commercial Phase 3 development to correct the recorded easements documents to reflect the current property ownership and proper granting entity. And item I, we are deferring. Item J, approve the payment of the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments fiscal year 27 membership dues in the amount of $22,956. And similarly, approve the payment of Oklahoma Municipal League fiscal year 27 membership dues in the amount of $40,329.79. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on these items? Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote? Oh, sorry, Ms. Burdine.
I received a phone call this afternoon, and Shelley Selby asked if I could speak on her behalf. This is for support for ACOG. She says, "I'm sorry I'm unable to be here tonight, but unfortunately I have two other events. I implore you consider being part of ACOG. This is vital for our city. ACOG is where our city receives funding for roads and betterment for our city. In 2024, we paid in $18,436 in dues and received $138,123 in payouts from ACOG, a pretty good return on our money. In March 2025, ACOG gave out $50 million. Yes, that's $50 million in transportation and air quality investment grants across central Oklahoma. We received zero of that free money because we applied for zero. Shame on us. They provide grant writing services at a fraction of the cost, at a fraction of what it cost us currently paying Merchant McIntyre. Speaking of them, the money we received for the wastewater plant was not because of Merchant McIntyre, but because of the city. The city asked for the money. I went to ACOG, to DC, and lobbied for that money. That is why Stephanie Bice gave it to us. They provide numerous trainings, such as a seminar on data centers, which our city manager showed up for and stayed for a short time. It was very informative, and I wish I'd stayed longer, and it was very interesting because she asked me to go, and I went, and it was very informative. Today, I attended a training on mass attacks in public spaces, which talked about behavior analysis and intervention, and proud that Officer Jeff Robillard, I hope I said that right, who also took advantage of this training. They train all our dispatchers and do a great job. They advocate for us at the state and federal level. It was said we needed Kobe Schwartz at $40,000 to lobby for us because he would lobby specifically for Yukon. ACOG asked us specifically what our unique city concerns are, and then has lobbied lobbyists to do that just for us, lobbying for our city's concerns. They set up events for our state legislatures, and we have conversations about our concerns. ACOG 911 is working on NextG 911, which will be the first in the country to be able to pinpoint where a cell phone caller is within 9 feet. We get to be part of that. We have designated Rick Cassini to go to the meetings, but without joining ACOG, he gets no vote and just gets to sit there, hear all about the wonderful amounts of money other cities are getting in the way of funding, but not Yukon. I could go on and on about the benefits of ACOG, but I think you get the picture. So please vote to keep ACOG involved, Yukon involved in ACOG. Then she has one for OML. Do you want me to, is this the time? Okay, thank you. Again, I apologize for not being here tonight. I have 2 other events. For 8 years, I've sat on this council, and for 8 years, I was actively involved in OML. They say you get to do an organization, what you put into it. I got a lot out of it. The rest of the council did not. I was the only one who went to the trainings except for the new council training, which is mandatory. I became one of, at the time, only 11 certified mayors in the state of Oklahoma. You have to attend 40 hours of training. I did this because it was going to be the mayor of Yukon, and I wanted to know as much as possible about doing the best job I could. I won Woman of the Year and was nominated twice as Mayor of the Year. Why? Not because I'm so great, but because I cared so much about my city. I trained and listened to the people, something a few of us could take some lessons in. So why was I so involved? Because none of us have a clue when we come on board as volunteers how to do this job. OML provides countless hours of training on everything from budgeting to conflict management to data centers to HR problems to lawsuits, and the list goes on and on. They also provide us with lobbyists who once again ask us personally what we are concerned for the city. When a bill comes up that is important to us, they reach out and ask us to immediately contact our reps and why we want them to vote a certain way. I don't know how many votes have changed because a group of concerned elected officials from across the state at one time voiced their concerns in texting messages and emails. That is true lobbying. They provide you with legal counsel. During my 8 years, I reached out often to Daniel and Tristan, which certain things that the city attorneys did not know. They immediately got back to me. Writing ordinances, our policy. Danielle, Christian, and Mike Fina were always a text away. I didn't have to call or leave a message. They were on speed dial. Why? Because I was involved and they knew my heart. They would be there for you too if you would just show a little bit of interest. They provided networking because of the conferences and trainings. I have friends from across the state, from little bitty towns to large cities. We have a thread that whenever someone is needing something, they can ask and one of us sends an answer. Anyone have a no-knock policy? Here use ours. No need to reinvent the wheel if it has already been done in Stillwater or Guyman or anywhere in Oklahoma. They just share the information. Every year, they put on a conference at the Capitol where we become the lawmakers. We get to see firsthand how ideas become law, and it is a very humbling experience, but everyone should be able to go through. OML is our advocator, but just at the state level, but at the federal level also. I was gone with OML to DC and spent time with our reps in their offices going over what Oklahomans want Yukon needs from them. I can't imagine being on this council for 8 years and not having the backing of OML. I don't just ask to keep OML, but I ask you to get involved, attend trainings, get on the legislative committees, be an officer. Anyone can show up for 2 meetings a month, but a good council member does more. They strive to be the best educated council member so they can do their best. They learn to keep their mouths closed more and listen more. I challenge you to be more than 2 meetings a month council members. Take every opportunity you can to learn. It is the ride of a lifetime. Thank you for letting me read that.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine, and thank you to Councilmember Selby for her thoughts on this matter. The item has been seconded. It again is for the consent agenda approval, excluding items D, E, and I. Any other discussion on this items? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll take up item D in regular order. This is to consider approval for the appointment of Karen Graves as the Ward 2 representative on the Planning Commission to serve a 3-year term from July 1st, 2026 through July 30th, 2029. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
I pulled it just to talk about it for just a few minutes. First, I wanted to thank Jared Wright. It's no small thing to take on an appointment to any type of board, commission, or council. So I want to thank him for the time and talent that he volunteered to this city. Secondly, I just want to recognize Karen Graves. If she gets approved, you've got a really special woman sitting on the Planning Commission. She is second to none when it comes to research. We've spent hours on the phone You were such an incredible woman. I am so excited for the city to get to have you. So that's all I wanted to talk about.
Thank you, Councilmember Westfall.
Good evening. Amy Walters, 915 Stone Creek Boulevard. First of all, I would just like to say thank you to Jordan Westfall. You listened as a citizen. I was heard. And you voted or recommended that we go ahead and table the appointment to the Planning Commission and listened. We found someone that is going to represent us well. She is highly qualified. She knows, she, again, just has so much knowledge. And Karen, I thank you for saying yes. And the city is going to benefit a great deal from her. So thank you for listening to a citizen.
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
At this time, we'll have consideration to approve the appointment of James Lopez for office number 3 to the Spanish Cove Housing Authority Board for a 6-year term expiring May 31st, 2032, as recommended by the nominating committee of the Spanish Cove Housing Authority. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
I just have to abstain, that's all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Abstain.
At this time, we'll consider approval of the budget amendments number 3 to 5 for fiscal year 26-27, amending appropriations for personnel allocation, general fund operational adjustments, and capital improvements to the city's newly acquired buildings. Make a motion to defer this item to a definite time, being the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So I originally had this one pulled just because on item I wanted to give the city an opportunity to discuss the items themselves. So that's really all it was, because it's a budget amendment, so I wanted it to be brought up in an open forum. I wanted everyone to hear about it rather than being put in a consent docket.
Yeah.
So
Given our time constraints, I made this motion to defer it to a definite time. That motion for deferral is privilege motion, and it's not subject to debate or discussion. And we can certainly discuss it offline, but given our time constraints this evening, I think it's appropriate to have a longer discussion in the next meeting. Any other
Here, I'll
Wait,
ask you. Okay, could you please explain?
Ms. Burdine, we still have to, because it's a privilege motion, under Robert's rules, we do need to have the city clerk take the vote, and then we can have discussion on future items. Sorry. Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle.
no.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
No.
Caccini.
No.
The item fails. Now, we're still in regular order. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
This is, again, a motion to approve the budget amendments number 3 to 5. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Now you can be recognized.
I think most everybody here, I mean, we stayed till midnight before. If Zach feels like we need to discuss this and the public needs to understand this better, I want to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have to say that if I have to be here until 2 a.m, so be it. I work from home. I've got all night, so I don't know what kind of mindset that was, but that was really stupid, Brian.
Yeah, time constraints. We keep hearing that every meeting from you. Our time's valuable. You guys' time's valuable, and we appreciate that. But let's not worry about time constraints, and let's talk about these buildings, and let's talk about what went wrong.
Any other discussion on this item?
So I'd like to invite City to come up and explain the budget amendments for a couple seconds, just to, what are they and, what's needed.
Sure, happy to. So the first budget amendment is 2027-03. That budget amendment is reallocating a position that exists in the Park Maintenance Department at present that we are reallocating to Parks and Rec Department. That department is all under the same director. That was from his request to reallocate. So no new spending, essentially just reallocating from one department within that same director to another. Then that is 2027-03. 2027-04 deals with some multiple things. I'm happy to detail through them. The first one is rental and lease. Because of our new budget procedure this year, this was a lease agreement that had been previously in one department and assumed to be in another one in this year. Was missed. It was for the Development Services Building. So that would increase the appropriation there. Likewise, when we originally started considering the Yukon Fine Arts Auditorium lease, we had allocated $50,000 in the budget, not knowing what that final lease number might be when we finalize the budget. We aren't leasing that building. The lease term is $1, so we don't need to set aside that $50,000. So that's the reduction there. From there, the property and contents insurance, electrical power, and natural gas is going to the utilities for that previously mentioned Fine Arts Auditorium. So that's kind of that first bracket on 04. We saw an increase in property and contents insurance go up. We're just offsetting that, moving that from automobile insurance, which was reduced just to cover the increased costs to property insurance that we received. The next one is rental income. Again, that one is related to the building. Prior to this, when we finalized the budget for this year, we did not own those buildings that currently have tenants in them. The long-term plan as the city is not to necessarily keep those as rental income or earning properties, but we wanted to account for the revenue and expenses that would go along with that building. We have a copy of that rent roll. We have forecasted out what we believe that rental income to be for the year. So that's that 186, 195 in both income and expenditures, just to account for that in the budget. Finally, next to 348 and 507, that's staying within municipal court. There is some specific fees within there that needed to be broken out specific. We just essentially moved that expense from one account to be more specialized. There's certain tracking that we have to make sure that we're doing. This was discovered kind of as we were going through just a normal review. So that is the breakout there. Again, no new funds, just moving from one account from one series to another. The next one is a maintenance agreement for personnel. Their NeoGov software that hosts all of our hiring, job posting, candidate tracking. That software was not. It was an oversight that was missed in the initial budget, as well as maintenance agreement, the $17,500 for IT. Which is offset with $28,900 for unappropriated fund balance. And I would recommend, I apologize for this, Councilman Castle and I were discussing earlier, this for Fund 70 really should be on the YMA consent docket. So if this is approved, I would recommend just removing that last item for $2,600, and we can hear that at a future meeting. That really should be on the YMA docket. So my apologies for that. The final one is 2027-05. This relates to reallocation of capital expenditures. We had a prior year obligation that was previously budgeted of $339,000 of our funds, matched with revenue of 1.3 for the build grant. The city has since discovered we will not be receiving that grant. So this is decreasing that revenue that we anticipated and reallocating those expenditures from prior year capital improvements to admin to be able to utilize towards remediation or improvements to the Holly Rock buildings. So that's kind of a brief synopsis, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions from council or public.
Any other questions? Thank you for that summary.
I have a question. Do we have an idea what it's going to cost us to fix the building for our guys to move in? Any thoughts on that?
Is that included in that estimate? Mr. Chris?
I don't have a full breakdown yet on what that would look like. I know Nick Rice is working on that list, our capital projects manager, still trying to come up with a comprehensive list. For now, the big thing is, just since we were bringing the budget amendment, we do know now that that revenue is not going to be recognized, so we just wanted to adjust the budget to reflect that as well, and then go ahead and make the offset for the expenditure, just so it's not in the wrong capital expenditure series. It's no longer a prior year obligation.
Amy McAllister, 14175 West Highway 66. Quick question. So you said we are now not getting the build grant. Can you explain why we're not getting that? And was there a consultant that we paid to help try and get those funds?
I don't know the details. I don't know if Nick wants to speak to it a little bit more. He just walked in the room, but all I'm aware of is we just did not get that grant. But I'll let Nick speak further.
So we have not received a reason why yet. We're in the middle of setting up a meeting with the Department of Transportation on why exactly we did not receive it. So we don't know just yet. So.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any other questions on this item?
Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I just had one quick question on the grant. Is this a grant that is denied from the same company that we're paying to give us grants by grant writing?
Mr. Rice, can you help us with that?
Yes, it is. It is. Merchant McIntyre wrote the grant, and we just received word that we're not going to receive that grant. So, yes.
Just one other question. So with the recent sale of the building on Holly that we overpaid on, and now that we have to renovate, does that mean that we are essentially putting the brakes and putting a complete stop on this building and renovating it and making sure that it's safe for people to work in? Is that correct?
No, that this budget amendment would allow for expenditures to take place on that building. As I mentioned before, when we made the original budget, the purchase of the building was not a part of this next year's budget. That decision was made after. So there was no funds in this budget to either remediate, improve upon, repurpose. That one of the units was a dental office, so obviously it has a different purpose than what we would need to use it for as city function. So there's not a detailed list at present, but it would just be to allocate those funds that we had in a prior year commitment series to an admin series where we could make those improvements to the building as needed.
Okay.
So do we have a batting average on Merchant McIntyre? How many grants have they written? How many have we gotten? How many have we been denied? Do we have a batting average on them?
That's not part of this thing that we're waiting to vote on.
Christian, is that something?
It's a little bit out.
It's on the budget.
I mean, it is a little bit out of scope, Ms. Burdine, but I think we can follow up with that. I think it's a great question.
Okay,
and
thank you.
I think it's a wonderful thing for us to follow up
Okay,
on. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this item?
Karen Graves, 200 East Parkland. I talked to Senator Jack Stewart. He got me in touch with the DEQ, the guy that is the supervisor there. And I talked to him at length a couple of months ago. And he said that they would come out and they would look at the building and see where the asbestos is, and that they don't deal with mold, but that they would look at that and they would tell us whether we need to do anything about it, if it's in places that probably will not be disturbed. But if you start tearing walls down or anything else, you do need to have them come out and look at it. So I think he said that we can't really do anything about it at this point because it was renovated and not remediated. He went all the way back to 2001. And said there has never been any remediation. We do have, in all that paperwork that came out through those environmentals, exactly where the asbestos is. It's in 4 suites, and it's also in the basement. And so if you pull that floor plan out, you can see where it's at. But if I've given the number to a couple of the council members for this DEQ guy, because he's the one that the Senate really got us in touch with, so that we can know that. So if anybody needs that number, I've got it, and I can pass it on. So.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
Yeah.
Yes, please pass it on to us. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion on this item?
Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I would just like to remind everyone that it was about 2 meetings ago that was a great question. So now it's a great question again on the batting average, return on investment. How many times is it going to be a great question?
Thank you, Ms. Bretcher.
Amy Walters. I'm just wondering what city employee truly wants to work in one of those suites? Who's going to sign up? Who wants to be there? Why would we even want to put them in an environment that isn't healthy? I'm grateful for the city employees that we have left and how they serve us, but why compromise their health? Are we going to end up just bulldozing the whole thing and starting over and building a whole new facility that somebody maybe really wants instead of these? I don't know what the answer is, but what are we doing even purchasing these buildings that may be a hazard to people's health?
Thank you, Ms. Walters.
Oh, I will. Is there any out on these buildings?
We're not on that topic.
Oh, I thought we were.
We're on this topic of
No.
the budget topic. It's not on the Holly budget.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
I'll come back on that one.
Thank you. Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Clerk, you call the vote. Again, this is a motion made by Councilmember Castle, seconded by Councilmember Shriver.
I'd like to amend the motion actually to approve item I, but without the Fund 70 as
Yes,
recommended by.
Yes, sir.
Is that what
Appreciate
was
it.
on there?
Yep. Do I have
Okay.
a second for that? It excludes the YMA item that Assistant City Manager Chris noted. Thank you, sir.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding ordinance number 1495, an ordinance of the City of Yukon, Oklahoma, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council by enacting new sections 2-32 through 2-40 relating to official email accounts, electronic communications, records retention and custody, Open Meeting Act compliance, and optional issuance, use, and return of city-owned devices for elected officials, amending the reservation or the reserve designation, sections 232 to 250 reserved, to read sections 241 to 250 reserved, providing for codification, providing for repealer, and providing for severability. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I'll let the author, Councilmember Westfall, have the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Castle seconds it. Do we have any discussion on this item? I'll begin the discussion by saying that I thought it was excellent that Councilmember Westfall brought this to our attention. It's a very well-structured ordinance. I think it's a great example of how the council can consider good ways to make our city more efficient and to provide information under Open Meetings Act requirements and records retention. I commend Councilmember Westfall for putting that together.
President Spicer.
Just
Sorry,
one second.
Go ahead.
Any other comments from the council members? Mr. Spicer.
President Spicer, 13500 West Wilshire. I want to second that. I agree with that. I think this is long overdue, so I really appreciate it. I did have questions. So Section 238 says we're going to have 30 days for a policy to be put in place. So I'm curious, like on that policy, what is this strictly going to be for open records requests, or is there going to be potentially monitoring internally to the city to make sure that there are no violations and then therefore consequences?
So what it does is it gives secure chat in between yukon.gov. It keeps all of our email addresses on a city-owned server. It allows, like Brian said, record retention, archiving for I forgot how many years I said, 7, I think. And I kind of forgot what you asked.
It'll make things super. I think what Councilmember Westfall put in here is it's going to make things super efficient. And yes, there are some teeth as you read the ordinance. It's well written, and it says that council members are required to do all their city correspondence through this medium. And so if they incidentally get correspondence from a citizen, they're to forward that correspondence to their city email account and reply to the citizen through there. And think about it from a clerk's standpoint. We have our city clerk down here. The number of, open records requests that send out, and then each of us have to do a search of our email, respond to the search terms. It's very inefficient. So it's a great way to improve the efficiency and transparency of the council. I think it's a great initiative that Councilmember Westfall led.
No, absolutely love it, and I agree. I guess my question is, how are we going to find the violations? Is it going to be, so think about it this way, like a fence, a lock, a gate, that's going to keep honest people out. If we've got a bad actor, that person's going to try and do bad things, right? So how are we going to find violations? Like, is somebody from city staff or the clerk? It's going to add a lot to her plate, I think. But monitoring it, we can use AI to monitor it. Is it strictly us, the public, doing open records requests on things that we may not know? Like, I guess that's my question: is how's it going to be monitored or violations found? Hopefully that cleared up my question a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing for the city manager and his staff. They have
30 days.
30 days. It'll end up being 60 because this particular ordinance, if it's approved, it doesn't have an emergency clause. So it'd be 30 and then 30. But they have a little time to put together a good policy. They already have a great IT set of policies actually. But that's a great point to make.
And speaking of that, of all the things we passed as emergency ordinances, I think this actually falls in that same category that it could be an emergency. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think to answer your question, I mean, so much of it's acting in good faith anyway. If somebody's going to break the law, somebody's going to break the law. But we still have seatbelt laws. We still have laws for the sale of alcohol. So this gives secure communication. If something, God forbid, were to happen to me, you will never see my emails. You have no idea what is inside my city emails, and you never will. I think that's what makes this important, that it archives and it secures the records for open record request.
I'll be honest, when I was talking with Jordan about this ordinance, that's the archive is really, on my side, where does trust begin, the person, device, or the email? It's the archiving that I'll be voting yes on this when it comes around. So,
no, I just want to be clear. Like, I think this is great. Absolutely love it. Long overdue. So appreciate you putting that together.
I just had a quick question. I haven't read the ordinance, haven't had time. Are you guys going to get your own city cell phones and laptops? Is that what this is?
That is an option within this ordinance. I think that we already could have our own city-owned devices, but it does give the option.
Well, I was just asking. I was curious.
Yeah, historically, Mr. Scott, I don't happen to have a city-issued device, but like the vice mayor, Jeff Wooten, I know he turned in his city-owned iPad, a month ago or something. So previous councils were all issued, I think Councilmember Zimmerman, he would have his up here, a tablet. So yeah.
He's using a pencil and paper. What do you mean?
I think the broader point is that some council members may not want the city email or city, like we use other stuff
on your phone.
Or hey, I already use Microsoft Outlook. I don't want the city Microsoft Outlook installed.
Well, I just asked that because when I worked for the government, we had our own phones. It was required to carry your own phone for that very purpose, record retention.
It makes it simpler, but I think that they can, under like a bring your own device policy, they could install it, if you don't want to carry two phones or tablets.
I was just curious.
Lincoln Castle, 728 Villa. You guys brought up something that made me look at this on the mandatory use, where it says each elected official shall use his or her city-issued email account for any communication. Does that include text messages? Was that the intent? In section 2-34, subsection A, mandatory use, So something that I noticed is it says each elected official shall use his or her city-issued email account for any communication. Is it your intent that this would include text communication?
I guess if it would be associated with the Yukon.gov, yeah.
So will city council members be forced to forward their text messages to their emails? Or is that something that needs to be amended so that it says for any email communication?
Under like a FOIA request?
No, under
Or just
this,
in general, all city-related text messages?
I'm just saying to be in compliance with this, if you guys receive a text message, you guys will need to forward that text message to your email. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. As it's written, this is all communication. This is if you get a snail mail, if you get a text message. So that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Is that something that you'd be interested in amending, or was that your intent?
Yeah, no. What do you think that should read?
If the purpose was to only be for email communications to the emails, then it needs to specifically say for any email communication rather than any communication, because right now, as it is written, if you guys get a text message or a snail mail and you guys do not forward that to your email, you will be in violation of this.
Even if the ordinance is specifically for email accounts?
Yes,
it says
because you
electronic
said-
communications, you're right.
Because you said for any communication.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, I'd be willing to amend that. Yeah, I like that.
I didn't know if that was your intent, but I wanted to bring that up to you guys that.
You could have texted me, but
I just noticed. I literally just noticed it when you guys brought it up, and I was like, "Oh man, I'll bet nobody picked that up," and I didn't know that that was your intent. So,
Would you like to make that amendment? Councilmember Westfall, you control the motion.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend that for any email communication.
Thank you. Amendment's been made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Castle, Councilmember Castle seconded it. Any other discussion on this item?
sorry, Mr. Westfall, wasn't meaning to blindside you. I literally just caught it.
Thank you.
Mr.
I appreciate it, Mr. Castle.
So, for the record, just so I'm clear on what it will actually say,
Both of you?
It'll say.
it'll say
email
if this is section 2-34C, forwarding required, right?
Yeah.
It would say if email communication. Is that what the actual text would have
That
been
was
to read?
yeah. That was
Okay.
that was the amendment.
I just wanted to make sure I knew the potentially amended text, what it would say when
Yes.
if it gets approved.
Any other discussion on this item? Sir, please.
David Blankenship, 931 Cedar Avenue. Ordinance 1495, which says transparency, accountability, and compliance with Oklahoma's Open Records Act are essential to public trust. It defines city business to include contracts, city property projects, and services. It also says that calling a communication private does not control, the subject matter controls, and that city business communications remain public records regardless of the account, device, or platform used. Those are strong principles, but the real question is whether this ordinance represents genuine accountability or merely draws a line after the evidence is already behind us. Before the Yukon Data Center deal became public, the city manager signed a non-disclosure agreement with Beltline that covered proposed transaction items, not merely proprietary technology or trade secrets. During that confidential period, the developer received access to information about public land, water, sewer, infrastructure, and the proposed transaction. The land sale and related development actions then moved forward before the public had a meaningful opportunity to participate. A private NDA cannot create its own exemption from the Oklahoma Open Records Act. And if secrecy involving public records was material to negotiating or securing the land sale, infrastructure commitments, zoning actions, or any related agreement, then the council must examine whether the underlying transaction is subject to rescission or invalidation, not merely whether the NDA itself was improper. I am asking the council to apply the principles of Ordinance 1495 to what has already happened, preserve and recover prior emails, texts, direct messages, and other communications from city and personal accounts, release all non-exempt records, and identify the exact statute supporting every withholding. obtain an independent legal review of the NDA and the underlying transaction, determine whether concealed public business materially shaped the agreement, and suspend further action on the project until that review is complete. Otherwise, Ordinance 1495 risks becoming a promise of transparency beginning only after the decisions that mattered most were already made. Public business cannot be privatized by a contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you.
Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
I've got something to say.
Mr. Bishop, we've called for the vote, sir.
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll have discussion and possible action regarding a request to replat Kingsway Addition, Section 2, Lots 1 and 2, 1100 and 1108 Cameo Drive by Claude Steepert, following review by the Planning Commission and its recommendation to deny. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
And, is that a motion to take the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Yes.
I'll second that. Do I have any discussion on this item, sir?
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening. Kendall Dillon, Craft and Toll. I'm representing the applicant, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, Yukon. Just a quick procedural question. Obviously, there's two companion items tonight, item number 9 and 10. They seem to be docketed wrong, with the replat first and then the zoning second.
They'll both be taken up in regular order, sir, and they'll
Okay.
both be taken up individually, but you can comment on either one at this time.
Okay, so it's okay to go ahead and.
Yes, sir.
okay.
Go ahead.
In regards to this is an acre and a half piece of property located on the east side of Yukon Parkway, about a half mile north of 23rd, so it's absolutely right in the middle of the mile. It's been zoned for CO, which is an office district, for over 25 years. My client has owned it for that, plus a little bit. And so in 25 years, there's been no market for this property. It's been actively listed. We've tried to sell it and we've not been able to. So we're thoroughly convinced there's no market for this, for CO office. And because of that, we're requesting tonight that it be rezoned to R1 single family. So I think if you look at, hopefully you all making decisions grounded in planning in regards to these things. If you look at, the two prevailing questions is one, does it conform to your comprehensive plan? And two, is it compatible? So if you look at the first criteria about conformance to comprehensive plan, I think you all approved or adopted your new comprehensive plan sometime in 2020, somewhere along there. So it's not been that long ago, but you all designated this site as low intensity. And so even if you were to look at the preamble into low intensity designation, it tells you that it's primarily designed for low density residential development, which is exactly what we're asking for in this case. So this site, it's not to say that CO wouldn't conform, but if you look at the prevailing use and designation even listed in your comp plan, it's for low density residential development. So certainly, not sure there's too much of a debate about whether or not single family fits in that and conforms to that comprehensive plan. So it certainly conforms. If you look at compatibility, obviously just to the north is a small site that's still zoned CO, which is the Conrad Marr drugstore. So we have that to the north, but if you go to the east, it's R1, straight R1 single family with Kingsway. South is straight R1 Kingsway Edition. West obviously is Yukon Parkway, but on the other side is the Ranchwood Edition. So it's surrounded on three sides by straight R1 single family zoning. And again, you got the CO due north, but even cat-a-corner to the northeast is an assisted living as well as an apartment complex. It's zoned R3. So if you look at whether or not now compatibility, this thing is compatible, we're joined on three sides by the same zoning that we're requesting tonight. So it certainly is compatible. So I think as far as good planning decisions on these kind of things, we check two big boxes, which is conformance to comprehensive plan as well as compatibility. In regards to Planning Commission, this is coming to you tonight, at least the zoning, well, I guess both, with a 2-to-1 denial at Planning Commission. When I left the meeting the other night, and then even after I visited the minutes, I still couldn't tell you really what the logic or the rationale was behind a no vote on our application. The one thing that I did hear was, hey, maybe we should hang on to CO zoning in our city. And I assumed the thought process was is that maybe it generates tax revenue or something. But, again, I will tell you that that property's been there zoned that way for over 25 years. You've collected no taxes on it. You have no utility customers on it. It's an infill parcel. And so we are thoroughly convinced there's no market for that. So we certainly don't understand that logic. There were, I think the minutes to the Planning Commission mentioned that there was 4 people that spoke against. I'm not sure that's really accurate. There was 4 people that spoke. One of them certainly was against. I can't tell you the other 3 whether they were or were not, but they were more general questions. But the one thing that we did hear from one lady is that when she built her house, she looked and it was zoned CO behind her, and so she wanted it to stay that way. Well, obviously, zoning changes. Probably every time you guys have a city council meeting, something's being rezoned. And, I appreciate the fact that she considered what was behind her before she bought it, but that doesn't take away the rights of a property owner to develop and to use their property when it conforms to your comprehensive plan and it's compatible. And so even if you look at it from that logic about whether or not, that, Protestants from, a single-family neighborhood and us asking for the same zoning they have, but in commercial, it's a down zoning. It's less intense from all practical standpoints. The traffic's less. In fact, the traffic for this replat is probably, the commercial will be 6 times more than what the residential is. You have parking lot lights. That's a consideration. You have noise. You'll have dumpsters and early morning pickups and those sort of things. You have setback issues, right? I know that one of the folks that spoke asked a question about setbacks. Well, the rear yard setback is 10 feet in commercial office and it's 15 in residential. But even that, I will tell you that our lots are 184 feet deep with a 20-foot front setback. So if you do the math, even of a 70-foot lot, you're still probably 90 to 95 feet from the back of what would be a home to the next home. So if you take all of those things, not only that, but obviously there's 17 uses allowed in CO and you get 1 in single family residential. So I think if you take all of those things into consideration, again, from a tax revenue standpoint, which seemed to be the only thing that somebody mentioned that would be a reason for denial, it's sat there generating nothing all these years. So we think that this certainly conforms, it's compatible, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question, just for my own awareness. I'm looking at your replat, since I guess we're doing discussion for both at the moment. I'm looking at your replat, and it looks like you have 4 lots that you want to divide it into. How big do you anticipate those houses being?
I don't know about the size of the houses, but I can tell you that lot size, we got 4 lots that are, I think, a little 13,800 square feet is generally the lot size. I think the corner lot, because of the site triangle, is slightly under that, so it's like 13.5. So they're big lots, which normally dictates that there'll be a bigger size home built on those. And I will tell you that our lots are bigger than all the ones that are south and east of us as well.
Okay.
No, they are.
Ms. Graves, would you like to speak? Could you approach the podium, ma'am? Thank you so much. Following Ms. Graves, I'm so sorry. Following your statement, we're going to take a short, as I described it in the last meeting, a bio break. But I encourage you to speak here, Ms. Graves.
Well, this will be short. I did watch that meeting where they asked for that rezoning. And there were a lot of residents that objected to it. And then the planning commissioners thought that the TIF thing that they're going to be developing at the high school, that lot could be used for commercial when that happened, and they were saying we needed sales tax. So I don't really understand all they were saying, but I can tell you that those 2 things happened, and they want to have income coming in off those lots. And he's right, they've been on the market for a long time, but I would suggest you table it and get together with the planning commissioners and find out what their objections were to it, because they had a lot of objections and they had a lot of resistance by the residents.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
I might, as a counter to that, Again, I'm not saying that the people, there were 4 people, it's listed in the minutes. And I'm not saying, because I can't judge your intent, but what I am saying is if you, when you watch it, there was one that obviously was emphatically against it. Somebody asked a question about the TIF, which is south of 23rd, and I can tell you this, I don't see any practical way that TIF.
Sir, they're speaking about a TIF that is across from the high school, so it's north of 10th.
Well, that, and there's one south of 23rd as well, I think. I think it's the same. It's the same thing. But my question, my point is that TIF district, so somebody stood up and said, hey, you should consider that TIF. Are they against or for our application, or do they care? That's my statement in regards to the people that protest, and the minutes clearly reflect there's 4 people. And in regards to the TIF, I don't see any, like, what would be the practical logic as to how that TIF district would affect this commercial lot in the middle of the block. If you were to look at the zoning, your zoning map, from 23rd all the way up, the full mile, you're gonna see all yellow, which is single family, and then you're gonna see a lot of blue, which is multifamily. You're gonna see a lot of green, which is ag, which the schools and that stuff over there east of Yukon is ag. And then you're gonna see 2 blots of orange in the middle, which is CO, which is the drugstore and this vacant property. I don't think there's any way that a TIF district that's further away from this is gonna have any impact on what can be developed, or I just don't see any logic in that. But that aside, if you look at it, even from the standpoint of if it generates tax revenue, the CO zoning, if you were to look at the uses, is basically professional office. So what tax base is that? I'm not going to say it doesn't generate any. It's not the same as the retail sales. I mean, it just doesn't. And so what I think we feel like is going to happen is it'll sit there another 25 years, because really all that can go there is professional office. I've done this now for 28 years, and I can tell you it's been 15 years since we've done, and we do land development all day, every day. We don't develop office parks anymore because there's not a demand for it in the metro, but especially at this location. So I think if you take all those things into consideration, and I might even mention that, I'm not going to quote it to you, but if you were to look in your Unified Development Code, and you go under authority review and go down to zoning law and look at the list of things that you all should be considering tonight, obviously first and foremost is a comprehensive plan and compatibility, but nowhere in there will you see anything financially about tax revenue. And so I think when you look at this application, it's a down zone. It certainly conforms to your comprehensive plan. It's compatible with what's around. It's not debatable that single family is an acceptable use there. So I think that part's a given, and like I say, so we would certainly ask for your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Castle.
Like in Castle 728 Villa, I think it's incredibly frustrating that the gentleman who is presenting this to you does not remember the 4 people who spoke to you, because I was one of them. There were 2 residents who came. I know that only 2 of them spoke, but they each showed up with their families to speak about the development in Kingsway or Kingsridge, whichever one is closest to that. And they spoke about the development that they understood would be there whenever they put their houses there. They are open to commercial properties as far as office properties, and they actually didn't seem opposed, if I remember right, to other commercial developments if we opened it up to another type of commercial development that wasn't just limited to commercial office. The 4 people that spoke at this meeting were definitely against switching it from commercial. One of them was Councilman Schreiber, who brought up very respectably that we do have the TIF district coming along. And I think that it is very short-minded to say that the TIF traffic will not be extending up onto Yukon Parkway to this property. Otherwise, why are we doing a TIF district if we're not trying to build up that section of Yukon? So I know that it's been on the market a long time, but we have just started pushing over there and building developments. I will bring up to you guys the same thing that I brought up to the Planning Commission. We, in the city of Yukon, do not have much commercial property. We have a lot of residential property. If we move it from commercial to residential, we never get it back, and we are starving for those commercial tax dollars. So I would ask you guys to decline this for that purpose, or consider moving it to other commercial opportunities other than just office.
Ms. Ms. Andis.
Miss Andis.
Thank you.
Marcy Andis. Where do I live? 7401 North Richmond. Just a little bit of note in here. I don't even know if this property is fit for this. We have got to start thinking in our community of places to put more senior housing. We have one retirement home too, really. We've got one assisted living life plan that's so expensive that most of the people in our community aren't going to be able to afford. So I'm against this just because I know Claude. He's building all over the darn place. If you've ever driven out to Surrey Hills, every single new development is Claude. He isn't hurting for any money. And I think we should keep that for tax revenue, or there's a lot of senior living. There's a senior apartment complex back there. There's a senior living there. There's a Rangewood nursing home. It might work out someday that somebody would want to put a small assisted living there.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Andis. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry for, I've been asked for it from my fellow council members for a bathroom break. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're going to resume this discussion right where we left off. I will reconvene the meeting.
We're going to start, folks. Take your seats, please. There we go. Sorry for jumping in.
Okay. Mr. Dillon.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'll recognize the speakers. You'll have a time to speak, sir.
I just want to say that for this specific agenda item, I'm not going to speak really for or against it. I think that this is, I like what Karen Graves said, where this is something that definitely sounds like we need to table it. Because on one hand, I do recognize that there is a market and there is a need for more housing. After all, Yukon definitely seems more like a residential town. People tend to want to have more things tied up here in the residential or in their residences and whatnot. This is people are come here to get away from work. But at the same time, I do understand that there has been a real push and a real initiative to try to be able to add more business and add more revenue to the city through tax or through property tax or through providing business and allowing commercial business to be here. So I think it would be wise for us to take a step back and just revisit those notes and maybe just not hit the brakes, but maybe just step off the gas a minute.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Burdine.
Hi, I'm under the same kind of feeling as other people. I think the location, if it's going to be residential, needs to be some form of senior handicap accessible housing. It just makes sense for the location. It goes with what's already there. But I also understand the need for commercial, and maybe we do need to give this TIF a chance. What if we can put something there? What if it's a nice little neighborhood restaurant? And another thing, that one lot, a 50-foot lot, that's only a 30-foot wide house because there has to be 10 feet on either side. So that's only, that's a shotgun shack. That's what that is. That's all that you can do. And I love that style of house. I love New Orleans style houses, but that you got it, that one lot is 50 feet. That means only 30 feet is as wide as that house can be. And where does the garage go? Where do you gotta have a really good architect for that. So I think at tabling it, we're not ready. I don't think y'all are ready to vote on this yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine.
I've been in commercial real estate, and I've sat and looked at properties and what can be done with them. And I think that property is perfect. Maybe this guy could build on it for this reason. But we really need a senior daycare center. And we have all those nursing homes around there. We have Dale Robertson Center down the street where people go that are elderly to eat and to socialize with each other. And we have Compassionate Hands that has a van that can transport people. And I think we could form a partnership and consider a senior daycare center there. That would be perfect for it. And I don't think that the residents would object to that. So I just wanted to suggest that. And it could be put together pretty easily, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
Okay.
Again, just a couple, and I'll try to be brief, but a couple follow-up. Everybody keeps going back to this tax revenue for starters. But if you look at, this is in your office or your commercial districts in your zoning code. But if you look at it and the uses, there really is nothing in those uses that generates any tax revenue. But even if it did, I think if you get back to my authority of review and what you all are tasked with doing to consider these applications, you cannot overcome the fact of the conformance of the comprehensive plan as well as the compatibility. And we keep, everybody wants this and wants that, but trust me, this is my client's business, and if somebody would build a nursing home or wants to, then he would have sold it to them 10 times over. But the point is, 25 years later, this property has done nothing for this city or anybody. And our opinion is, what are we going to do if we can't downzone it to single family that conforms in the exact same zoning as three sides of us? What are we going to do? Wait another 25 years and still let it sit there and generate nothing for the city or for anybody? That doesn't seem to be reasonable and debatable. So I think, again, if we ground this decision in planning principles, it certainly conforms to the comprehensive plan. It's certainly compatible with what's around it. And one other last statement, but about the shotgun houses, 50-foot lots. These are not 50-foot lots. Your zoning allows for 50-foot, but the replats are 75 feet. They're 75 feet wide. They're 184 feet deep. And again, lot size-wise, they're larger than the lots that adjoin it. So it's not shotgun housing, it's nothing like that, it complies. So if you look at it, again, this is nothing more than a downzoning. Even the people that are protesting us have the same zoning as we are, that we're asking for. So with all of those things, this seems to me to be a fairly straightforward case. I hope you all see it the same way. We ask for your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Burdine.
I'm sorry, but 75, 75,
Ma'am,
75, 50.
Ms. Burdine, can you please approach the microphone? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Here's the map provided by them. The first lot, 50 feet wide, then 75, 75, and 75. So there is a 75-foot lot, a 50-foot lot there. That's what his map says.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Burdine.
What Ms. Burdine is not understanding is that there's a side triangle on the one that's 50. So the tangent is 50 plus the 25. So when you look at buildable width, it's another 75-foot lot equivalent.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Okay, we'll allow one more speaker. We have someone in overflow that's coming in right now.
Just while I calling in, Madam Clerk, can I have the motion on the table again?
Currently, it's to go by what the Planning Commission recommended, which is denial.
Okay,
We're on item 9.
Thank you.
So a yes is to uphold the denial.
That's correct.
Got it.
Please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Clements. I am of 8605 Arlington Drive of Oklahoma City. I just feel like keeping it as commercial property, but maybe changing it to something like C1, where it's more appropriate for a residential area, makes more sense in this instance. I know Yukon High School is just down the street from this neighborhood. So I feel like it would make more sense if it's something like a coffee shop, that the students of the high school could go to just down the street. This is all single-family housing that's all around that area, and I am not opposed to something like assisted living, elder care or anything like that. So there's no disrespect to anybody who has a proposal to something like that. But I feel like keeping it as commercial property, but maybe downgrading it to something like C1 makes more sense in this instance, rather than just, moving it to R1, single family housing. There's not much area there to build those single family homes, and that's just my take on that in this regard.
Thank you so much, sir. If the applicant so chooses, allow a response to that.
Again, be quick. But again, if we were to zone it to C1, that's a more intense use than CO. So now we get back into that probably would not conform to your comprehensive plan. And again, we're surrounded by single family. That's our request tonight. So we ask that you go against the Planning Commission and that you approve our application tonight. So
thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Abstain.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Kachini,
Yes.
At this time, we'll take up item 10. We'll have discussion and possible action regarding a request to rezone from CO Commercial Office to R1 Single Family Residential at 1108 Cameo Drive by Claude Seipert, following review by the Planning Commission and its recommendation to deny. Do I hear a motion?
Make motion.
I'll have a second on that. Any other discussion on that item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
This is to deny, right?
This is a
Correct.
motion to deny made by Vice Mayor and seconded by Mayor.
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Abstain.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Kachini,
Yes.
This time we'll have discussion and possible action for regarding a special use permit requested by Treasured Hounds, Inc. for a proposed pet grooming and boarding facility located at 4 East Main, following review by the Planning Commission and its recommendation to approve. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Again, this is for a motion to approve. It's been made by Councilmember Castle, seconded by Councilmember Westfall. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
No.
Pillmore,
No.
Westfall,
Yes.
Kachini,
Yes.
At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding a special use permit requested by Doyle Fanning for a proposed dirt mining operation located at 14301 West Highway 66, following review by the Planning Commission and its recommendation to approve the request, subject to the condition that all mining activities be limited to the bonded area identified in the application. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Pillmore,
Yes.
Westfall,
Yes.
Kachini,
Yes.
This time we'll have discussion and possible action to declare 411 Birch Avenue, Yukon, Oklahoma in violation of Chapter 54, Section 54-2, subsection 15 of the Code of the City of Yukon, declaring it a public nuisance of such nature as to constitute grave and immediate danger to the public peace, health, safety, morals, or welfare, directing the city staff to demolish the structure and to clear the property as quickly as possible in accordance with Chapter 54, Section 54-3 of the Code of the City of Yukon, directing the city clerk to pursue recovery costs for such work if done by the city, directing the city treasurer to place any such revenues collected into the specific fund for which said revenues were originally appropriated, and further directing the filing of a notice in the county clerk's office. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I'm David Loveland. I live at 919 Elm. I'm here about my property at 411 Birch that I bought in a probate sale. I've been in contact with Danielle and Dakota about raising the structure and building R2 on the lot because it's an R2 property, and they told me to come here, so I'm here.
It's great to see you, sir. Where is Danielle here?
I think Dan's here.
Okay, Dan's coming in. If you wouldn't mind, sir, I mean, you're certainly, you have the floor. You can speak on any other item, but you'll be heard again. Mr. Holcomb could share some background for the council on this item, and then we'd certainly welcome your comment and feedback.
Yeah, so our code enforcement office has been working with Loveland on this about getting it demoed for the purpose of rebuilding what he was wanting to do. I don't know if the timing's just not right, but the activity to move forward with that and getting permits to go forward with the demo has not taken place. Thus, we took it to the council for the hearing purpose to allow them to come here and describe what they want to do with the property. I believe they've even recommended demoing it themselves, which if we want to give them time to do that, that'd be great. So,
Has a demolition permit been requested, sir?
It has not at this time.
Okay. Are you willing to request that demolition permit, sir?
Yeah, they said I need to get my city license back instated, which I haven't done yet, so that's all I have to do, and then I've got the insurance and everything to get it done. I just have to get repurchase a license from you guys for $150.
How long of a time frame do you need to get that done and get
Well,
this thing out of your way?
right now, we're waiting on our taxes to get back. We were gonna rent the equipment to tear the house down and get the loan for the property at the same time. But if it would be 2 or 3 months still because we still haven't received our taxes back. And I believe Ron has it on an extension till October. So I'm not gonna have it back till at least then.
What is your intent to do with the property?
I bought it because it's R2, so I'm wanting to tear the single property down and put R2 property on there. whether it be a duplex. The duplex, according to your code, has to have 60 foot of frontage. We've had an architect draw it. We've shown Danielle the copies of it. We want to do whatever we can do to put two properties on the R2, whether it be a duplex or you call it an apartment or we put a house in front and a house in the back. We're willing to do whatever it takes. We're just trying to get two more rental incomes in Yukon. And we own the duplex next door.
To this here?
405 and 409 Birch, yes.
Councilmember Shriver, would you be willing to amend your motion and perhaps, I guess, cancel your motion, make a motion to
Table it.
to defer until a definite time to November, the first meeting in November?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Shriver made a motion to defer the item to a definite time. It's a privileged motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
This is a privileged motion. It's not subject to debate or discussion. Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Mr. Mayor, are we just bringing this item back to the first meeting? Is that what we're doing?
Yep, the
Okay,
motion is
same.
to bring this item, it's to defer until a definite time. And the definite time is the first meeting in November, made by Councilmember Shriver, seconded by the Vice Mayor.
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This time we'll have discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 2026-16, a resolution of the City of Yukon casting a vote for trustee of the Oklahoma Municipal Retirement Fund, OKMRF, to fill the expiring term of a trustee representing District 6. Madam Clerk, could you please make the nomination?
Mr. Mayor, we had 2 vote for Mr. Rooney, 2 vote for Ms. Brookshire, and 1 for Mr. Rushing.
Okay.
So-
We'll take up the first motion of nomination is for Mr. Rooney, the incumbent. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, or I should say, sorry, I will make a motion to nominate Mr. Rooney. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on Mr. Rooney's nomination?
I want to let everybody know that gentleman, he's a very hard-working kind of guy, and he comes out the OEMA, and he takes care of his mom, so he's a good man, taking care of the aged.
Absolutely.
I'm not old.
We didn't say you were.
Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call for the vote? This is again nominating for District 6, OKMRF Board, and Mr. Rooney, the incumbent.
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
Seeing that motion passed, we will not take up another nomination. At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding approval of the First Amendment to the roadway improvement agreement with 10th Street LLC, extending the deadline for completion of the Northwest 10th Street improvements by 18 months from March 6, 2029 to September 6, 2030 at the request of the company. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Is there any particular reason for the, I was looking through the document, and I didn't think I saw a reason for the additional extension. Have they given a reason?
Mr. Denmark, could you help fill us in on this one?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Damian Denmark, Economic Development Director. So we are extending this agreement for the project on Northwest 10th Street due to timing issues for the completion of the curb cuts agreement that we approved March 6th during a special meeting. So they ran into a few issues on timing, as well as ongoing conversations we are having with the City of Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Any other questions or discussion on this item?
Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I did hear his explanation that there were some ongoing conversations with Oklahoma City and curb cuts, but I would just like to know why 18 months and what exactly is going to be done in that 18 months. It seems like every time we have construction, it gets extended, or it doesn't get done properly the first time, and then we have to redo it again.
So I'd like to just confirm and remind everyone, so this project is on the Oklahoma City side of Northwest 10th Street. So we own the curb cuts in that area. So this is an extension of a retail development project that's happening in Oklahoma City with the permission that we gave to sell off the curb cuts for that development. So this has nothing to do with Yukon proper, nor does this have any Yukon City Public Works doing any construction.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Genie.
Yes.
At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action regarding approval of a license agreement between the City of Yukon and CoStar Realty Information, Inc. for access to the CoStar Suite commercial real estate information platform as recommended by the Economic Development Director. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
What are we doing with this thing? Can you explain that one? Trying to understand, are we in now a commercial real estate information platform? I don't get that.
We are not a commercial real estate platform, but we are in the business of working with commercial real estate brokers and business owners who are interested in Yukon proper. And so also this data will be able to provide and assist us with hotel occupancy. As Yukon proper continues to grow, and we look at different ways of growing Yukon and bringing in additional land, hotels have been a huge focal point in conversation. So this data also gives us the opportunity to capture hotel occupancy rate, market rate of what's happening in and around Yukon, Oklahoma City, and other communities across the country. And this also helps focus on the site selection side of things when we're looking at site selection within Yukon proper and other areas across Oklahoma City.
Is this the only company we're using for this information?
As of right now, yes, sir.
So what exactly does it actually, because from what I'm reading here, it looks like it's $430 a year, correct?
No, so it's $430 a month, so it's roughly.
That's not what your invoice says. Your invoice says billing cycle of yearly. Does the monthly license fee? Okay. Oh, I see that now. Yeah, I see that now. So is it a yearly, just for my clarification, so we'd be billed yearly at $430 a month?
Correct.
Okay. And so what exactly, for me, just trying to understand, what information do we get out of this?
Yep, so we're pulling information on site selection, whether that's average triple net rent, what square footage per rent is going for. We're able to pull the hotel occupancy, so what daily rents for hotel rates are for in the area. We're also able to identify other trends within the area to compare exactly what market rent to help with commercial tenant broking as we look at major retail tenants that are interested in the area. We're also able to use the software for our small business owners that are interested in Yukon proper as well. So we'll use this for market retail trends to see what the actual trend is within Yukon and how this compares to cities similar size across the country and in Oklahoma City Metro. And so this also benchmarks against other cities, again, in the Oklahoma City Metro area and across the country.
Where are they based at? Are they based here in Yukon?
So, sir, this is a national company, so they have an office in Oklahoma City. So, to my knowledge, there isn't a company like CoStar that is locally that can provide this type of service.
Oh.
You know, I'm all for economical development. I'm for giving the guys the tools to get the job done. But we'll need something in place to see what these folks are actually doing. If that makes sense, like, I just don't want to give these guys this kind of money and not get any results.
I guess I'm not sure when you say give these guys money and not expect results.
No, I would want to see the results.
Again, I'm having a hard time understanding. So this is a software-based platform that we're using to capture this information. So this isn't something where someone's going out and.
So this gives you the information,
Correct.
And you run with it.
Correct.
And I'm surprised that this great city of Yukon and the state of Oklahoma, we don't have somebody that's local.
So it's a software platform. So it's not someone actually doing it. I'm going to be that person actually running the software, putting in the information. So There isn't someone just going out and knocking doors and getting that information.
So to go back to what you said earlier, hotel occupancy rates, just for my awareness. So you would get to see, among other things, you get to see hotel occupancy rates in the general area. Is that part of what the service provides?
So not just in the general area across the country.
Okay.
So we're able to pull that and pull average daily rates, and then we can compare against our neighboring areas as well.
Daily rates or so the actual like price of hotel?
So the average, hotel occupancy rate, so that'd be the average daily rate for that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a really stupid question right now, but when you say occupancy rates, that's the number of people staying there, not the daily charge rate. So like if the average hotel rate's like 120 a night or something like that, are you looking at the charge rate or the number of people staying average? And when you say that,
So we're looking at the average stay. So if the stay rate. So if the cost of an average night, let's just say, is $139 at the Avid Hotel, but the Fairfield Suites on Garth Brooks is $209 a night.
Okay. And then what others? Just go back through it again. What other services do they provide besides just that?
So they're able to give the information on site selector information on properties. It can dig deeper and find out property owner contact information. It also has an overlay where it can work with our GIS mapping and able to provide utility information, and then we can provide that information and then benchmark against.
What do you mean by utility information?
So this would be water, wastewater. This would be utility polling from OG&E. So that utility information.
So like how much electricity you're using per day, per week, or?
That is an option to be provide, but no, this would be where the nearest electrical box, I guess you would say, for OG&E, where's the nearest, whatever the call is for a wastewater connector pipe or so on and so forth.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Yes. Mr. Denmark, Linda Reynolds, 1017 Walsh Lane. Mr. Denmark, can you explain to me how this program is different from Resimplify, that's costing the city $5,000, that they voted on March 3rd, and the retail strategies that was voted on May 5th, that's $45,000 a year. How does this new program different?
I think Mr. Denmark, since he was asked a question, I'd like to give him the opportunity.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
You're fine. Mr. Denmark, Ms. Reynolds had a quick question for you. Do you have some information about that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Miss Karen was talking to me, so I didn't get to hear.
It's okay. I think she was just asking if you can give some background on how this particular software,
Different than this one?
how it's different than Resimplify and the
Yeah.
services provided by Retail Strategies.
Craig, great question. So Resimplify is a commercial manager, so they're listing our properties for us, and we are able to embed those onto our website, and we're able to embed those with the greater OKC Chamber. So they filter to all the properties within our GIS mapping, and they're able to showcase those commercial properties and the information on those websites. Retail Strategies is not a software, as I said before. Retail Strategies is a retail recruitment firm that council approved in the amount of $45,000 a year. Their job is to get us seen in front of brokers all across the country, get us seen in front of retailers across the countries, and hopefully bring deals to the Economic Development Office, and we're able to close those deals and grow our sales tax base. So that is a difference between that and CoStar.
Thank you so much,
My
Mr.
pleasure.
Denmark. Mr. Spicer.
So I'm going to kind of oversimplify. CoStar LoopNet is basically the commercial version of Zillow. Just to give everybody kind of some clarity, it seemed like we were kind of getting lost there. Ms. Graves can probably talk more on it. I'm I'm kind of confused why the city itself needs that. It sounds like a lot of those things would go through either a realtor or a broker or something like that. So I know he's kind of mentioned a few things, but still don't fully understand the why we would need that tool within the city itself.
Mr. Denmark, can you answer Mr. Spicer's questions around how the city uses this information and specifically what Yukon Economic Development Authority and as well as your office are focused on?
Yeah, so how we would use that and how, obviously we love our commercial brokers and our real estate agents here in the community, but we look at time and access and the needs. And so when we're running constant reports and we're working with other brokers or other retailers that are interested in the market, we need to readily have the information available. And not only does it satisfy our economic development department, but it also satisfies our tourism department as well, as the city is starting to focus more on tourism and art and placemaking within the community, and how we use that data and working with our hoteliers, our event planners that are interested in the community, and how we're actively trying to push that forward at a heavier approach. So economic development. So a ton of EDO organizations, cities across the country use CoStar or similar platforms for doing their everyday research and providing that information as well.
Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Ms. Graves.
Well, I don't want to get up here again, but I am a member of CoStar. And I advertise on it. They are connected with LoopNet. LoopNet existed long before CoStar, and that's where you go in and you market properties. So I think I've got my own reps that I deal with them, and they give me really good deals. I'm only paying $100 a month. So, but the real advantage I see in doing this, they're a first-class company. I can get you in touch with some of the reps. They made good deals for me below everybody else, so I think that you can deal with them. But it gives you the ability to list your properties then on LoopNet. And LoopNet is where you lease or you sell commercial properties. You've got all these buildings now that you're going to have on Main Street. And perhaps we can check and see if I've been told you have to be a real estate broker, but maybe not if they're going to let him subscribe to CoStar. And you have to subscribe to CoStar before you can use LoopNet. But this might be something where you can market those properties and maybe just use a realtor just to write a contract for you or something and not be paying big fees. So I think that would be one advantage to dealing with them, but I do know they'll make deals, so maybe the $400 can be less than that if you negotiate with them. So.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Kilmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time we'll have discussion and possible action regarding an approval of an agreement to provide digital advertising and consulting services between the City of Yukon and Tactica LLC as recommended by the Economic Development Director. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Mr. Denmark, maybe you can describe this particular services agreement and what the city is getting from it.
Yes, so I was able to meet this firm at ICSC, which is International Council of Shopping Centers, which is essentially a commercial real estate brokerage conference in May. So my office now oversees tourism alongside economic development. So part of the tourism aspect is promoting the city on all digital platforms such as YouTube, Meta, and so on and so forth. And so this would contract is to hire this company to oversee all the creative asset and then as well as the ad management for the economic development and tourism department.
So essentially targeting ads.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to be making your content for you?
No, so that they won't make any organic content. So the only creative assets they'll create is for the actual advertisements. So whether that's for YouTube, Meta, LinkedIn, and so on and so forth.
And they set all your perimeters and all that stuff on the ad or campaign to get bang for the buck?
Correct. So they'll manage all services related to that. So we will approve it, and then we'll have monthly reports that we'll go through, and then we'll set the ad budget. For example, we would manage the ad budget for Rock the Root, Christmas in the Park, when we're working with our external events with Main Street or with the Czech Festival and promoting those events within Yukon. Those will be a part of that. And then also any smaller community events, whether they're local businesses that we're trying to target to bring people into Yukon, they'll also manage that as well.
Thank you.
I'm having a real problem understanding all these consulting services. I see in the budget many contracts for consulting services, and I know we must be shorthanded around here because we keep going way out of Yukon to find somebody. But I thought we had people already advertising us, actually OML and this guy Colby Schwartz, is it? Anyway, he's pushing us at the state level, and then we have McIntyre who's pushing for us at the federal level. But we got all these people pushing for us, and we keep going back to consulting services knowing how to do it. I'm having a difficult time understanding that.
Yeah, well, I agree that those firms that we've hired in those specific service areas do a great job at promoting Yukon at a state level, at a federal level. So this is something completely different. So this is advertising our events and advertising Yukon to get people into Yukon to spend money here. And so what those firms are doing, specifically Merchant McIntyre, specifically Shorts Consulting Group, they're lobbying for Yukon and specific events and changing policies that are shaping the state and how we do business as a city. So this is specifically just promoting or being able to hire this company to promote the events, the quality of life, and for people to live, work, and play in Yukon.
Well, I think we have all kinds of magazines and newspapers that do that already, because I usually find out in the newspaper what's going on in Oklahoma City, and then I'll find out from the city of Yukon what's going on here in the newspaper. I just find it difficult that we have to keep hiring all these people to say the same thing that we do when we advertise within the city and outside the city.
I think this is going to be a much broader band than what newspaper, your local newspapers or anything like that. When they're doing targeted marketing, they can do different perimeters from different zip codes. So as people start traveling from, let's say, out west, let's just say we're gathering, let's say 4th of July, a bunch of people's coming in from out west, Weatherford. We can target it, Weatherford specifically. I do this with my business, and I've done very well with targeted marketing. That's the only way I grow my business. It's not word of mouth. I've ran newspaper ads for 3 years. ROI on it was zero. I run $1,000 ad a month on social media platforms, and I gained 500 accounts versus my ads for 3 years in the newspaper. So this is a much bigger target. More people are getting away from, as we all know, everybody here has a social media platform. You see the news is on it, you see the ads. Majority. You see the ads running. Anytime you're watching a video and some little ad pops up, that's what this will be doing.
Is there any particular reason why the organic aspect of it, the organic ad creation, isn't included in the services?
Because we can handle that piece in-house. We have a destination marketing coordinator and then our community arts coordinator, which was originally started as a graphic designer for the city. It's just when you go to the technical side of running ads, we want to make sure, obviously, that we spend dollars wisely when targeting for running ads. And so hiring a firm that has experience working with economic development organizations and tourism organizations to really target will really help save money and then also save staff time.
So is this going to help any of all those vacant buildings we have on Main Street? Because I keep seeing these vacant buildings every time I drive down Main Street.
Yeah, I can't 100% say that running ads to get people into Yukon will accomplish that, but I think it brings a visibility standpoint when we're having events downtown and we're able to promote. I think on a one-off, we are working with Yukon 66 Main Street to address that. I actually provided that update at the YITA meeting just last week, I believe. And so we are actively working on a plan to do so, and I'm actively having conversations with potential tenants to fill spaces in downtown Yukon.
Well, that'd be great, because I've been here a long time, 40
Yeah.
years in, and we still can't fill up those buildings.
It's a process.
We've
We're
never
working
had this
through-
economical drive like we're driving now, though. I mean, we're pushing pretty hard for economical growth, and I don't recall us ever doing it as hard as what we're doing now.
Yeah. Well, did we ever get any reports back on how well our guys are doing, like OML or ACOG or even Schwartz? Do we ever get a report from him? I know we're paying these people. Do we ever see something in writing? We got this guy Schwartz on a contract, what, $4,000 a month? Do we see a document that came in the last 3 months that we've been paying him?
So staff meets with Schwartz, and we receive phone call updates and working with Kobe Schwartz. I can't answer OML or
All right.
ACOG as those departments
We
or those
get
contracts.
regular email updates from both ACOG and OML, as well as Schwartz Strategy sends out an update. I believe, I can't remember if it's every 2 weeks or once a month, but there's an update. We can certainly add you to that distribution, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Well, thank you.
But I think I appreciate the question. It's a little bit outside of the scope of this particular agenda item, and I would like to
Okay.
recognize a couple other community members that would like to speak
All right.
here.
Apology.
Well, I agree with Mr. Shriver that we are pushing pretty hard for economic development. On item 17, I didn't see a price, an ask price. Do you have one for that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, 16,000 a year. And then a couple meetings ago, it was brought up that we had spent $30,000 a year for 3 years, which is $90,000, and didn't get a bite back from some type of economic development. So we scratched that, whoever we were giving that money to, and then opted to spend $45,000 a year with another entity. I'm not sure who that is.
I think you're referring specifically to the change to retail strategies.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Denmark covered that a little bit earlier, but again, it's outside the scope of this discussion. I appreciate the question.
Okay, just wondering how much we're spending right now for economic development, just for citizens to know kind of where we are.
We can definitely follow up.
On the ask, I would
Yeah, I
like-
think it's
I
a
would
great
like that.
question. Let's follow up on that and get a summary of our economic development initiatives, because I think they are significant, and our Economic Development Authority is meeting monthly, which is a great improvement.
Thanks. I think citizens are long overdue to know what we're spending for economic development in this community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Ms. Castle.
I see that it's 16,000 a year, which comes over to a little over $1,000 a month. My question is, are we just paying them to create these targeted ads? Or does that include the fee that's going to come along with whenever you create a targeted ad on Facebook, you have to pay that fee? Is that going to be in addition to the 16,000?
Mr. Denmark, can you answer that for us?
So I am unaware of the additional fee. So in this contract, they are to create, manage, and update all ads, and that's an unlimited amount of ads. And then we are responsible for the ad spend budget. So to my knowledge, there is not an additional fee for this. They are responsible for creating and maintaining those ads throughout the year.
I'd like to add to that, when ads are posted and running, I'd budget anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a month for my ads, my personal ads for my business. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to spend that. It matters of how many people are clicking. That is my capped budget. So it matters how many people are clicking on it, engaging with the content. Sometimes I may get a monthly bill from FaceSpace for $400. It may be the next month $1,100. but I can always tell with ebb and flow what that ad is doing, because I use not this company, but I use a targeted marketing social media company, and I get a report every month with how much my clickbait caught y'all, how much it cost me, and I can also turn that over with my CRM ran through for my business, and it tells me my ROI, which y'all know what ROI is. So that's how social media targeted market works.
Correct, but my question is 16,000 our complete out the door price, or is 16,000 just going to get them creating the ads, and then they're going to come back and we have some additional fee that says it cost us $500 extra for those targeted ads based on the targeting? Because however you target the ad and how aggressive you are with the targeting depends on how much you spend. So I want to know, is $16 just the subscription price? I mean, does that completely cover everything, or are we going to have an additional charge whenever they run these targeted ads?
I'm assuming we'll have ad fees for the ads.
On top of the 16,000?
On top of the 16,000.
Is that what's meant by advertising spend?
So ad spend is not ad fees, so let me please clarify that. So the cost to this is the $16,000. There is no additional cost with this company in this contract. The only additional cost beyond the base cost of the $16,000 is the ad spend, not ad fees, just what we dedicate to run the ads for. So if the ads are performing really well, that is the cost for the ad. Their cost does not change. Yep. Only our cost and the amount of money we dedicate for the actual ad itself. And so also to clarify...
Mr. Denmark, sorry to interrupt. We're going to take a 2-minute bio break. Okay. Recess for a 2-minute bio break. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I've got so much water I could run a data center.
Please take a seat. Mr. Denmark, please wrap up your discussion there, and Ms. Castle would like to speak.
Yeah, so again, no additional fees, so what's in the scope of the services in the contract will essentially, they create, manage, and then make alterations to the ad, and then we'll obviously cover the cost of the ad spend. And then also to clarify, the funds used for this contract is from Fund 38, which is our hotel motel tax revenue earmarked for tourism. That would be covering the cost for this, not out of our general fund or economic development.
I think that's an important point to note. The funds that are in that hotel motel are restricted in purpose, and they're also contributed by our wonderful hotels within our city limits that that with their hotel motel tax, that those funds are remitted into that restricted fund, and it helps keep a cycle of tourism continuing. Ms. Castle.
Okay. So it would seem after talking to Damien that the 16,000 does encompass the ad creation and the fees associated with it. So sum up what we were talking about. But I guess for me, I'm concerned about the amount of what I would consider subscriptions that we're kind of getting into, and something that I wonder if we should look forward or we should look toward in the future. Maybe after this year, maybe we should start building a position for a dedicated graphics designer that could serve all of the departments to take care of something like this.
Yeah, it's a great point, Ms. Castle. We have a graphic designer, and she is creating a lot of the organic related posts. I think what Mr. Denmark was specifically referring to earlier is that these are more of video and static ads that are related to tourism. Does that make sense?
No.
Kinda, sorta. Okay, because my deal is, I understand advertising. You have to have it. Every month, we're voting on another advertisement. We're voting on one more thing for economic development. Economic development is needed. It's good, but when are we gonna just stop and say, okay, here's what we've done. This is what we're gonna do this year. And if it keeps getting drug out like that, we can never properly analyze it on what we spend a year. And I don't think any of us are against advertising for the city and bringing in tourists, bringing in business, all that. But when is enough enough? I mean, we're up to a lot of money now on this, and we need to set a date on when we're going to analyze what we're getting, the bang we're getting for our buck. Because I think you know, Adam, as a businessman, you have to prove, and you said it earlier, you got to know how it weighs out, what's good, what's not. And we're trying a lot of stuff, and I understand that, but we've got to analyze what we've tried. And I think, we've got a lot of stuff advertising now. I think we need to just see what we have now, if it works. And, if we come back in next month or 2 months from now, well, we're going to add this, and we're going to add this, and we're going to add this. I just think we need to, let's put the brakes on. Let's see what we've put in place, what y'all are voting on tonight. Let's see if it works. Analyze it in 6 months, 8 months, whatever. Maybe not even go 12 months and see if it's working. And then I also understand seasonal stuff it probably needs to maybe be analyzed seasonally too. But I think that needs to be part of this, because if we have a graphic designer, and I understand there's different types of advertisement, but are we paying, are we crossing over? Is 1 or 2 people, are they capable of doing what 8 things are that we're paying for now? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burdine. Ms. Castle, could we let is it Mr. Dillon? I'm sorry.
Mr. Leone.
Mr. Leone, I'm so sorry.
You're all right. So my question is have we seen some sort of return of investment on this? Has there been any sort of, even just word of mouth from people saying that, oh, I saw this ad. What have we seen from this? Do we have a number?
Mr. Denmark, have we used this particular form of advertising before?
No, sir. When I took over tourism, we have spent roughly $14,000 on billboard ads. And when asked from the vendor what the return on investment, they gave a generic impression based off car traffic. We had also spent money in ads for a email banner with the Department of Tourism. And then when asked for a ROI, we were just given a number of subscribers for the email. So we've never had a real focus, well, we've never had a focus in digital advertising for tourism at all.
Is this something that you've found to be helpful in your prior work in the state of Kansas and working with Olathe and other municipalities?
Correct. And even in meeting with Visit OKC and their new president of that group, they run heavily targeted ads on social media and other platforms. That is, fortunately, the way that people are getting their information. And so this is not an uncalculated risk because this is what people are using day to day for their lives and how they communicate. And so we're able to take that and really run with it to bring people here in the Yukon.
How will you assess the performance on these particular ads in the next, even as quickly as next month?
Yeah, so we're able to, so they'll send a monthly report and they'll have access to their platform where we can log in and actually see the dollar for dollar match, or sorry, not the dollar for dollar match, the dollar spend and how it breaks down into how many people are clicking the ad, where the ad is being placed, and then we're able to really exactly measure the outcome of their success and obviously the success of running those campaigns.
Are you able to share that kind of stuff with us even as quickly as in the month of September or October?
So I wish. And the reason why, we've never ran ads before. So for the first 90 days, we're essentially learning the system. We've never ran targeted ads, so we've have to essentially warm up our ad account and really find out what our demographic is before we really hone in and start pushing a stronger ad budget. So if you would give me at least 90 days when we start the agreement, we're able to bring back the data, at least to have a solid foundation of what our ad spend dollars have looked like.
Mr. Denmark, how long have you been with Yukon?
I've been here, next week will be 8 months.
How many tools were in place for you to do your job efficiently as possible when you got here?
0.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Pillmore, I was only responding because you asked, does that make sense? And then I didn't get a chance to say,
so
no,
sorry.
it does not make sense.
Okay.
Because I am a graphics designer. And so creating ads and creating even targeted ads is part of what I did that was a core function whenever I was providing services to private businesses as a graphics designer. It's a very basic part of graphics design. So no, it doesn't make sense why, if we have a graphics designer, that they aren't creating basic ads and they don't know how to create a targeted ad. I know a lot of MLMs that have training. Even whenever I was working for LuLaRoe and Slinging Leggings, they gave us free training on how to create efficient targeted ads. So yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that.
Thanks for sharing your expertise.
Jeff Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. It just seems like we've opened up the checkbook to the Economic Development Authority, and I think we just, as a council representing us, we need to let's see what we've done first before we proceed. We're just spending. I just think the council should let's just wait and let's see what our ROI is on what has already been done, instead of just opening the checkbook up unlimited to the Economic Development Authority. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he echoed that this is coming out of Economical Board, it's coming out of his funds.
So again, I want to clarify that this is coming out of Fund 38, which is the hotel motel tax revenue, which is earmarked under tourism. So these funds are used specifically by an ordinance to promote Yukon, to bring in people to spend tax funds. So while tourism reports to economic development, it is its own department, and this fund is its own account number, which will be paying for this.
I just have one more question for Damien. Based on your past experience, then, what kind of time frame should we expect or allow to see results in?
90 days.
I thought he said 90 days just to get started.
Yeah, so I would say, once we start the 90-day and get running, get our ads, find out who our targeted audience is, we're able to at least have somewhat of a solid foundation of what that data looks like. And then anything beyond that, we can have a better understanding who our audience is, demographics, because we're running detailed campaigns and search campaigns for projects in Yukon, for attractions in Yukon. And so, again, to say that 90-day mark so we can have a better understanding from start to finish of where we're at. And then I can be able to produce those findings and see our ad report spin.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Castle,
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
No.
At this time, I'll take up items 18 and 19 together. At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action to enter into executive session pursuant to 25 OS 307, subsection B4, to discuss confidential communications between the City Council and City Attorney concerning potential litigation regarding real estate property contracts, where on the advice of the City Attorney, disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the city to process the claim or conduct the litigation in the public interest. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Nope, right here.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ms. Bratcher.
Yes, my question on this is, Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. Have previous contracts been made private that we haven't been knowing about? That's the way I'm understanding this to read, is to avoid potential litigation where it's been held from the public. Are there any that are being held from the public or have been held from the public in the past?
Mr. City Attorney, could you weigh in on this?
So I would put this at, I asked the clerk to put this on there at my request because there's an exception to the Open Meetings Act that specifically talks about potential litigation the city could be in or current litigation the city is in. And those are conversations that have to happen between my clients, the council, and me as their attorney that could hinder the litigation or potential litigation. So that doesn't really necessarily answer your question. And I can't go into much detail because it will be a confidential conversation, and we'll go from there. I wish I could give you more, but that's where we are.
I think broadly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Oglesby, the city never enters into any confidential agreements, contracts. Any and all contracts are in this agenda packet, and the votes are all public. And whatever the votes are, whether it's 2-3, 3-2, 5-0, then at the end of the meeting, the mayor, or if I'm not here, the vice mayor signs it, the city manager signs it, and then whoever the counterparty is to that contract. There's never any contract that the city enters into that is confidential in nature.
And to add on that, Mr. Mayor, there's no action taken back in that meeting room. Any action that's taken will be taken in front of the citizens.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because I know that we're all talking about contracts here recently and currently, and the lack of transparency. So I would just like to make sure that any contracts that do deal with the public and on a need to know, I think the public needs to know, because the lack of transparency is what's gotten us where we are right now.
We fully agree. We fully agree that any and all contracts must be taken up in open session, and that's exactly what the city attorney is ensuring occurs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall. Yes. Caccini.
Yes.
At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action to enter into executive session pursuant to 25 OS 307B1 to discuss the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of the city manager. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
This time, the council will enter into executive session. Call the meeting back into order. At this time, we'll have discussion and possible action to reconvene in executive session. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
I'll now read the minutes of the executive session. During the executive session, only the items on the agenda were discussed. No action was taken. No votes were cast. At this time, we'll have a discussion of possible action regarding potential litigation concerning real property contracts. At this time, I make a motion to authorize the city attorney to retain special outside counsel to assist in preparing for potential litigation concerning real property contracts. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
There's no action on item 23. At this time, we'll take up 22. At this time, we'll take up item 23. We'll have discussion regarding the previously adopted or previously approved purchase and sale agreement between Yukon Municipal Authority and BLE Land Holdings for the sale of real property, including questions related to the agreement and the transaction. I will now open the discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Back up to item 22 for a second. Sorry, Councilman Shriver. At this time, we will not take up item 22. There's no action there. We'll now take up item 23. We'll have discussion regarding the previously approved purchase and sale agreement between Yukon Municipal Authority and BLE Land Holdings LLC for the sale of real property, including questions related to the agreement and the transaction. Councilmember Shriver, you had a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to limit this 3 minute per person and 20 minutes on cap on this item.
So privileged motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Or I'm sorry, no discussion on this item. It's a privileged motion. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
At this time, I'll now open the discussion.
Well, I had a few questions about this. I understand the contract was signed back in August. I just wanted to know, did our city attorney review it before or after it was signed? Do we know? Anybody?
City
guess not.
City Attorney Oglesby, did you receive any information about that in your handoff from our prior city attorney?
I did not, and you just so everyone is clear, I started July 1st. This is 29 days I've been involved in this position, so I've had no dealings or was not part of those negotiations from last year. So, and I did not know. Mr. Reinhardt didn't indicate to me either way.
That's a very lawyerly response.
Could you review that, City Attorney Oglesby, and follow up with the council with that information?
Happy to.
Thank you.
My next question, I understand Davis Maddie, some female attorney, was referred, and she worked on the contract. I'm just wondering, who paid her? Did BLE pay her, or did we pay her?
Mr. Oglesby, do you have information on that?
As I said, no, very limited on my information and my knowledge in regards to negotiations and the preparation of that contract that was executed in August of last year. I can ask and seek that answer for you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Ma'am, you need to approach the podium, please. Mr. Caccini still has the floor.
I'll pass it back to the mayor.
Ms. Graves.
The thing that troubles me the most is that the Planning Commission got the ordinance 1479, which I had checked to see if there were any ordinances, and I hadn't found it. And so the last meeting I said I thought we had an out on the contract. And they'd gotten it on Wednesday, August the 6th, 2025. Then the Planning Commission was August 11th, 2025, 5 days later, and it was during the summer, a weekend, so they only had like 2 days to review that ordinance. And they were pressured really hard at that meeting, and Danielle prepared the ordinance. People were complimenting her on it. and and someone tried to give our attorney credit for writing that too. He denied it twice. He said, I had no part in writing that. And he said, I just reviewed it. And so it was then a city official came up and said, hey, this ordinance is just for, in case a data center ever comes to us and then wants to put a data center in here. And of course, and then the attorney had said right before that, well, we can't change the zoning from I-2 to I-1 because of the nuisance factor. And then that's when the city officials said that about, you know, we're just going to do this in case a data center ever comes to us. So there was a vote at the Planning Commission. One of the planning commissioners, Commissioner Knuckles, he said that he wanted to table it because they had only had 2 days to review it. It was too complex. And then Mr. Jones agreed with him, and then Geis and Clark voted to go ahead and send it on because they were being told that it was just in case the data center ever wanted to come in. And then I found out that this was never published in the paper, never went through proper channels. And so they went ahead and passed it to the city council. 2 days later, there was an agreement made that they made a deal with Beltline. And 6 days after that, the contract was fully executed. Now, what I had said in the last meeting about that I-1, I thought that was the way out, and I thought it was peculiar the way that they had worded that. I'm pretty sure that the attorney in Georgia for BLE is the one that prepared the contract because there was kind of an indication of that. And so here we are. They're saying, just in case we're going to talk to a data center. 2 days later, they have an agreement. 6 days after that, they have the contract. And that bothers me. So, and I don't know if you know this or not, but this ordinance has a lot of things that bother me in it. And one of the things is that 75% of the 184 acres can be in buildings. Well, that's 138 acres. And that's 6,011,208 square feet. I looked up the average house that is built in Oklahoma, and it's 1,900 square feet. So that the buildings over there are going to consume what 3,164 houses consume. And can you imagine us building 3,164 houses right now in Yukon? Would we be able to support all that? So these are the things that bothered me. I have a whole analysis on that contract. And then one of the things that is in dispute with the contract that they're saying in this ordinance, well, we want to know who all the owners are. We want their email addresses. We want their phone numbers and everything. We don't even know one owner of that BLE, not one person who belongs to BLE, because they hired a shell company, Beltline, to handle that for them. So we don't even know who the owners are. And here it's already conflicting with what the ordinance says. And the other thing is the ordinance says that, I'm going to read it, that anything in the ordinance 1479 supersedes our foundational ordinances that have been in existence for years, and that I'm going to read this one part to you. This ordinance applies to all data centers and any expansion of existing data centers. Data centers shall be permitted to use by right, which is within the I-1 light industrial district. So this gives them by right to have the I-1, which is really an I-2 operation. And so this ordinance just has a lot of things in it that are just conflict with the contract. They can put a tower within 50 feet, and And then I had asked the attorney tonight that there was something in the contract where they could control the adjacent land around their land. If they said that if they could control the zoning, the annexation, and any subdivisions that go in around their land, if it affects, that's how I'm reading it, because it says it's not anything to do with our contract, but if it affects our operation, we control the adjacent land, basically, is the way I'm reading it. So this is really bothering me, what is in this ordinance. If anybody ever wants to talk to me about all the other things, I mean, I can go. And then Jones said, Knuckles said, ask Danielle O'Neill, who wrote it. He said, am I right that if we have an ordinance, that's by right, and that's the hardest for the city to get out of? If we do a special permit, isn't that something we have more control over? Yes. Well, if we do it at a PUD, do we have more control over it? Yes, that's correct. So why are we writing a contract that the city is set in stone by right on when we had two other options? That's what it bothers me. And then Jones said, he said, well, what bothers me, he said, is I think, are we writing this ordinance to make it look good? Because there's all kinds of stuff in this ordinance about landscaping and lighting and everything to make it look a little pizzazzy there. And he said, but we're not really protecting ourselves. That's what he said. And so I would like for everybody in this room, everybody, to go in on August 11th, 2025, go in about an hour and a half into the meeting and watch that meeting. And I'd like to hear from people. I'd like to hear from a lot of people next week after you watch that, because it really shows how this whole thing has come down. So that's all I have to say. It's just shocking to me, and I think it's really good to have a real estate attorney go over things, because I mean, I'm just a commercial real estate broker and I see all this stuff. And why wasn't somebody that was capable of doing it? And I do want to say one other thing. There was a time when we started building Lowe's and Staples and Target and all that area over there, and we took sales tax big time away from El Reno. And they had shopping centers over there vacant, and they had land, and so they called me and they wanted me to market those shopping center and the land on Country Club Roads and I-40. And do you know who the point person was that brought El Reno back? And they didn't have our proximity to Oklahoma City, but they did have an airport. They have a world-class airport out there now. And the person that brought that back into good economic condition was Roger Reinhardt. And he had just given up. I watched him on that August 11th meeting, and I've known his dad before he passed away, and I've known Roger, and I saw how upset he was that he was just dismissed and not even listened to when he tried to talk to him about the nuisance factor, and not doing that. So those are my thoughts, and I just think that we do need a real estate attorney or somebody that really knows how to look at contracts. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mrs. Graves.
Charles Scott, 504 Frisco Ridge Road. And these questions may be more related to Michael here, but first off, and I'm going to rapid fire through some of these because I've read through that PSA, I don't know, probably 15 times, and I find more stuff. Is there a relationship between item number 21 and 23 on tonight's agenda?
Sir, I don't have that PSA in front of me right now.
Do you know if the agenda item on 21 is relating to the BLE contract? Yes or no? Just
So that was taken up in executive session, and
okay, that's
yes.
fine.
Yes,
don't
sir.
know. Okay. Can Yukon avoid litigation for BLE if Yukon defaults?
I want to tread lightly, sir. there have been conversations that have been had in regards to potential litigation, and my advice as the attorney for the council, these are discussions that are best fit in executive session
Okay.
to address.
So basically, to hire outside counsel is what you're saying is that outside counsel will review the PSA between Yukon and BLE. It's yes, I know it is. Okay, let's talk about no termination clause, no opt clause. We haven't even achieved the diligent status on either side. There is a withdraw clause within the PSA. Has that even been discussed? Executive session, right? Okay. So when will we hear what the outside attorney has to say about this very predatory PSA?
It all boils down to the executive session of potential litigation, which I believe, as the city attorney, could, we need to have discussions in private first, which statute allows, and then when decisions are made publicly, just as Mr. Mayor came out and made a motion to hire outside counsel, there will be decisions that will be made. No decision will be made in executive session, so the public will be aware of decisions that are made in regards to the contract and issues like that. I hope that makes some sense in regards to that issue.
One final question. So the time's clicking. If you've read the PSA, BLE can at any time say, forget the diligence issues, we're ready to close in 5 days. They have to give the city 5 days to close. And they can say, don't worry about the water agreement, don't worry about the environmental study, don't worry about any of those things. That can happen right now. BLE could do that tomorrow.
One thing I do recall in that PSA is that the closing date says it shall be no sooner than 2 years from the signing of the contract. So no sooner than 2 years, to me, that would be the governing item within the contract. So 2 years from August of last year.
That's Pat? I didn't read it as exactly 2 years.
Yes, sir. It says no, so it doesn't give the exact closing date, but it says closing, if I recall correctly, like I said, I did not have it in front of me, it was the closing date shall not occur less than 2 years from the date of the execution of this agreement.
So
Or
we
something.
So we can't close until August 2027.
From how I recall, my
I don't
memory's
read it-
bad.
I don't
It's
read
a
it
little
that
late.
way, but
Don't hold
it's-
it against me, but if I recall that, that's what it was, and I'm happy to answer that later once I have it.
Well,
in
I'll
front
go
of me.
back and read it.
Okay.
So basically, we now know the outside attorney is dealing with this PSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Seeing no more discussion, I close this discussion. This time we'll have discussion regarding the previously approved real estate purchase contracts for property located at 1309 South Holly, Yukon, Oklahoma, and 1315 Holly Avenue, Yukon, Oklahoma, including questions related to the contracts and the transactions. I will now open the discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to limit this to 3 minutes per person and 20-minute tops, please.
It's a privileged motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Castle.
Yes.
Shriver.
Yes.
Pillmore.
Yes.
Westfall.
Yes.
Caccini.
Yes.
And now open the discussion.
I'd like to start out with, I understand that the city council voted to buy the property and asked the city manager to take over and get a contract and even close on the contract. My problem is trying to understand the process of a city employee closing a contract. I'd like to know, when did our city attorney see this, and when did he tell the city manager, go ahead and sign it? There had to be somebody looking at that contract prior to our city manager signing it. And I'm at a loss at trying to understand the timing of this. And I at one time, I think somebody mentioned we were in a hurry to sign the contract, and I didn't understand that one either. And so I just want to know who on the city side reviewed the contract and the inspection sheet prior to the signing of the contract.
Mr. City Attorney, can you help the Vice Mayor answer that question either now or later?
So particularly the aspect in regards to, did Mr. Reinhardt have an opportunity to review, prepare, or was involved in the negotiation of that contract? I will reach out to Mr. Reinhardt, because I already have a item to do so in regards to the PSA with BLE. The other issues in regards to how much was the city involved in, I think either Mr. Deckard or someone on the staff might be able to better answer those questions.
Can you, Mr. City Manager, can you take that as a takeaway or answer it now?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Vice Mayor Caccini, can you rephrase the second part of the question?
I need to know who on the city side reviewed the contract and the inspection sheet before or after the signing of the contract. Normally, when I sign a contract, I normally have somebody look at it before I sign it, either a realtor, a lawyer, or somebody. And I'm just wondering, because you're the city manager, who on the city side reviewed the contract and the inspection sheet and the process that we followed?
Sure. Attorney Reinhardt was involved in the discussion and the negotiation, not necessarily negotiation, but he did look at all of the contract before we executed the closing.
So the city attorney knew this and he said, go ahead and sign it. And so we picked up the land or the facilities with some flaws. And I find it hard that this attorney would have done that. But if he did, I would start to think that maybe that's a dereliction of duty on his part for not having informed you or the mayor or anybody of the problems that he saw. I just find it very difficult to accept something like that. And being a good attorney, he should have come to us and said, we got a problem with that land. We got a problem with that facility. I know that we'll be moving monies around to cover up any expenses on that, because I already asked how much it would cost to fix everything up so that our employees could go into those buildings. I would like to really know if Reinhardt signed off on this, and then we'd have to then talk about whether or not we're going to take any action against him on any of the costs that we're going to be incurring. Because I think if we sued our ex-city attorney, his insurance would be able to come up with the extra money we would need to cover all the costs that we're going to have to pay. Something for us to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I feel very mad. I want to know who brought Reinhardt the contract anyway. It is a crap contract. I am a taxpayer. Our citizens of Yukon are taxpayers. And our council, we trust that you are going to be good stewards of our money better than we are with our own money. This is so disappointing, and I've said before, who pays 100% of closing cost? You're tossing away taxpayer money that people are working hard for. They're trying to make ends meet. They're trying to pay their bills. They're trying to care for their kids, and we have people that are spending money, our money, frivolously. It was a crap contract. I hate to say that. It's embarrassing to think this building was unfit. Our poor city employees. Who wants to go to work there? And I feel like, well, we're going to say, oh, let's go ahead and just bulldoze it and start again. That's our taxpayer money that we entrusted, that I entrusted Brian Pillmore. I'm embarrassed to say, but I'm an honest person, and I'll admit, I campaigned for you. I trusted you. And you've led us down a wrong path. And I am so, so hurt. I am so disappointed on behalf of all the citizens of Yukon. This is embarrassment. I guess that's all I've had to say, other than somebody took Roger Reinhardt, a crap contract, brought it to his feet, and this is so bad. And I am so mad and so disappointed in leadership that I trusted in this community. And we are disappointed, to say the least.
Thank you, Ms. Walters.
We don't know that Mr. Reinhardt might have come to them and said, this is not good. But they had already, not you and not you, but you and your other cronies had already decided, and you, that they wanted that building. That'd be so great. We'll have offices together. Oh, this is wonderful. I kind of believe, like somebody out here, did you really expect to just tear it down and build something new? You two, along with those other people, have pushed all this stuff and you through so fast. You have already discussed it at the gym and every place else that you were. I bet if Reinhardt had been here at that last meeting that you, Mr. Decker, told him he did not have to come to, if he had been here, we would have been able to answer the questions that we want to ask of Mr. Reinhardt. And when this woman, who knows more about commercial real estate than anybody around here, says that that man did such good things, we have seen El Reno go crazy. They're doing great. And if Reinhardt was part of that, we had him. He was on our side. And I believe he told you guys it was crap. And you wanted it so bad you didn't listen to him. And I'm asking, not my ward member, because you... The other three of you, will you please try to find out, did Roger tell them this was not a good contract? He was smart enough to know that, and I don't think he gave us crap if he did what he did to El Reno. I think you people ignored him.
I believe our city attorney probably needs to review the May 19th meeting, because what Mr. Decker said at that meeting and what he said tonight, I think might contradict his statements.
Hi. Heather Bratcher, 500 Oak Creek Drive. I agree with the statement she just said, that would be contradicting if we go back and listen to what was said at the last one. But I do have one question. It sounds a lot like we're trying to say that the previous attorney was responsible for these contracts. There are more than one name on those contracts, and I believe it's you and you.
When I first got involved and come into the city, the first person I called was Roger Reinhardt. I can't really tell you what he told me because I don't have his permission to, but if you watch that August the 11th, 2025, you'll see how he was ignored, not listened to, not asked a question or anything else. And he did not go along with all this. And that's about all I can tell you without breaking a confidence. But I also want to say, when we closed on that, I just want you to imagine you're buying a house with your spouse, and you think it's a great house, and then you have an inspection on it, and the guy sends you an inspection, and then you just take the inspection and you just don't even look at it and you go close. Would any of you do that when you're buying a house? Would you pay for an inspection and then not even look at it and go close because 3 weeks before the council said to close after the inspections were done? I mean, that doesn't even show any common sense whatsoever. So those are my two comments, and I defend Roger because I know him. I've done all those deals with him in El Reno. I helped him. My husband and I started the airport trust over there, and we have a world-class airport over there. I don't even know if you've ever visited it, but it's unbelievable. They're going to expand the museum, and he's done so many things, but yet we had a treasure sitting over there that nobody listened to. And that's what I have to say about it, so.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
I think there's no accountability here. I think it sets the precedent for the Yukon residents that this council is, inadequate by not holding him responsible. The few. I'm really disappointed that we purchased those buildings, you know, and we don't have the city attorney that, you know, I don't know if he's pressured or what. I don't know if the citizens need to hire an attorney to subpoena him and all this information that's going on. That may be the route that we have to take as the residents here to get transparency. Regards to the backroom dealings, executive session, may I speak on that?
Sir, the discussions regarding the real estate purchase contracts.
Were y'all in executive session for that though, right?
We were not in executive session for this particular agenda
Okay.
item, sir.
Okay. With no action taken, it just shows where everybody stands.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
Hey, Mary West, Yukon. So I'm new here, but so I'm just thinking like a city manager, they make big bucks, in my opinion, 200 grand or more. And it's not a position, I know you're a nice person. But what's scary, you guys, for all of us, is we're dealing with big corporations, mega bucks. This cannot be a rubber stamp position. You have to, if you don't understand anything and you don't have the knowledge, if you took a position and this is way over your head, you have to look at that because we're going to suffer because of that. I mean, again, I know you're a nice individual, but we have to have competence. And I'm not saying you're incompetent. I don't know you well enough. But you can't just rubber stamp things. You have to look at it, and you are a team. You have to go back to other people and say, I don't understand this. That takes humility. There's a responsibility and accountability here. We have to have that. We're dealing with big boys now. So everybody, you guys remember that. We're dealing with big, massive corporations that do not care about Yukon, Oklahoma. They care about their own pockets. We must remember that.
Thank you, Ms. West. Seeing no more discussion, I now close this discussion. Madam Clerk, do we have any new business?
No, Mayor.
This time we'll have reports from city staff and city officials. This section is intended for the staff, city manager, mayor, and council members to make announcements, recognitions, etc. concerning municipal or community matters. It's not intended for the conduct of city business by members of the public body. This time we'll have a report from CFO and Assistant City Manager Brian Chris.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If it's all right, I'll just address you from here. I'll pull up a brief slideshow. This is our first full month into the new fiscal year, so just have a brief overview for you of sales tax, use tax, and then gas and tobacco taxes we received thus far. You have a copy of it in front of you as well. For month of July, we received 2.3 million versus 2.292 for last year, essentially flat on tax receipts for sales tax. For use tax, that number, if you'll remember, that number, we see a lot of flex in that. We had a large increase over prior year, 394,000 versus 258,000. I will be digging back through that. I would say just based on our prior receipts, it's likely that we'll see a dip down next month. How it's reported back to us and when we receive it can kind of vary. So just something to monitor. And then final slide is other taxes, which is gas and tobacco, 16,200 versus 17,687 last year in the same period. Again, just wanted to give you a brief overview. We are in the process right now of closing out fiscal year 25-26. As we continue to get that close out all of our accounting systems, we'll get back in the swing of reporting like you typically are used to seeing with the expenses and some additional revenue summaries.
Thank you so much.
Question.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
So how are our taxes coming in? Are they coming in steady? Are we still a little short, a little up?
No, that's a good question. So to kick off this year, we saw a slight increase in the one, but the overall dollar amount is not changing a lot. I usually include a pictograph. I took it off of this slideshow just in the interest of time, and it's hard at the beginning of the year to really get a good gauge. But what we've been seeing traditionally over the years is very steady sales tax numbers. trending down a little bit, slightly, but they don't vary a lot month to month. They're very steady. Obviously, as a city, it's concerning because that's our biggest proponent of revenue. So if we don't do something to increase that revenue and or other revenue streams, we kind of have seen that number kind of slowly decline. But again, it's relatively flat overall. Use tax, we're kind of seeing the opposite. It's growing and sometimes pretty rapidly. Like I said, that one kind of varies month to month on how it's reported. But overall, we are seeing some upticks there. Just as a reminder to the general public, use tax is any goods that are purchased outside of Yukon but delivered like within. So any of your online purchases, deliveries, things like that that are delivered here. But again, there's a lot of manual reporting in that. So there's potential for missed opportunities there. And then again, it's because of how it's reported, it can be very up and down. But I would say in general, relatively flat, but we haven't had any big changes. It's really a lot of the work that economic development's trying to do is great because that's really our biggest opportunities. I believe is really trying to attract new retail and capture those sales tax dollars.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chris, City Manager Decker, do you have any reports this evening?
None this evening, sir.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open up the floor for each council member to say a few words. This item is reserved for announcements, recognitions, etc. It's not intended for conduct of city business by members of the public body. Councilmember Castle.
All I wanted to say was that I had the opportunity to take a tour of the city. This is provided to all council members, see everything that's going on. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all the city employees, just in general. Everywhere from water and sewer, sanitation, police and fire, and the entire city staff, they do an amazing job. They're just doing a great job. And so if you see a city employee, just say, give them your thanks and say, say hi. So I just wanted to give a shout out, and to our jailer especially, just because, one of those fun little jobs where you don't really get to be seen much, but he does such an important job. So
Justin's the best.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Cheney.
Well, I just want to warn everyone, the weather's been pretty hot out there, and I'd like everyone to stay tuned on the people that live near them, especially the older ones. We try to stop in, my wife and I try to stop in several of the people that are older, checking in on them, making sure they're all right. So watch the heat and make sure they're drinking water.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Westfall.
This was a really great month, having Freedom Fest down at the park, the 100th anniversary on Main Street. I don't know if anybody got out and saw any of the street paintings, but this was a really great month. I got to talk to so many different people. I got to get with work ready. We discussed things like Homeland and their employees and where they're going to go next. And they were able to give me some information to drop off there and help people connect with maybe a new career or a new job. I can't stress enough how great this month was. I really can't. We have so many incredible people. All the city employees, everything that made the 4th of July celebration happen. I hate that my first one, I missed it. Can I push the button next year? Can I do that? Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to give all the kudos to the city employees and the Main Street Association and what they put on for our Route 66 celebration. I had a great July.
Thank you, Councilmember Westfall. Councilmember Schreiber.
I'd like to ring the tone. It is hot out there. Make sure you guys are drinking water. Take care of your pets. It's hot out there for them too. Don't forget that asphalt sure is a lot warmer than regular temperatures. So if you're going to walk your pups, make sure you do it in the evening or on grass. And also, I'd like to ring the bell on the 4th of July event. We had that storm come in. I think the city did a great job shutting things down, getting it rescheduled. Kudos to Parks and Recs for coming right back out 3 days in a row to put on a pretty good show for us. So that's all I've got.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Schreiber. Just briefly, some events happening. I'll just highlight that our concerts in the park are still going on, and I would just like to reiterate what Councilmember Schreiber, Councilmember Westfall said. I was amazed at the veteran salute. In particular, I appreciated all of the service branches being recognized with our drone show. That was the highlight for me, and of course, meeting all the veterans that were there for our dinner together. At this time, this meeting is adjourned.